And we're back. Welcome back to another episode of Pixels and Pints. We're back online this time. We really couldn't stand the sight of each other in person for more than a couple of hours. So we've gone back to the usual programming, which is good because I've got my Ugg boots on and I'm very, very comfortable. With me tonight...
You can wear your Ugg boots to my house, man. I'm cool with that.
No, because I have to get public transport and they are prime.
They're indoor shoes.
They are indoor shoes, yes. Tonight, as usual, there is Pete.
Hello.
And the ethereal voice of Dan. We won't be seeing him on video tonight as his camera's gone disappeario.
I have no idea where it is. You know what? I know it's in a box, and I don't think I would have put a box in a box, but I potentially have put a box in a box. The only place I didn't check was my garage, but I'm not entirely sure what I would have taken my webcam down to the garage without
I
the
don't
PC.
want to know.
Without the PC.
Dan's other YouTube channel where he's wearing nothing but his leather apron while he forges a warhammer of some kind.
Hey, come on, man.
Mate, that'll fucking sell. There is a legitimate OnlyFans channel right there.
Yeah, I know. Come on. Got to be safe. Got to wear the arseless chaps as well.
Can't be burning them testes.
Exactly. No.
Enough about Dan's OnlyFans channel. Tonight we're doing our usual shenanigans, as you can tell. We're going to be drinking some beers. I can't wait for Dan to just have to describe labels to us because we can't see his video. This is going to be very fun. We're also going to be talking about a whole bunch of news, a couple of mini reviews from a few of us, and then we're focusing on the 17,000 game showcases that have just aired over the last...
Thank God we've got some content because there's
2-3 weeks, actually, since we last recorded, actually. The last one was the... First one was the day after we last recorded, and then there's been a bunch over the weekend, or this week, actually. So, years, games, and everything.
It feels like there's nothing out on TV at the moment, so there's no new series. Well, there's very few new series, and there's very few new movies being released to streaming.
Funny little writing strikes going on. People have, there's...
that won't really... but that won't really affect us for a little while in terms of movies, because all the movies we're watching now have been in development for 3 years, but... I just noticed there's just nothing new to watch. Anyway.
Yeah, it is a bit of a desert at the moment, but I got plenty to catch up on.
Yes, that's the thing. Now's the time to catch up.
I've only got 250 hours left on RDR2. Just
something like
chipping
that.
away.
Yeah.
Should we kick off with some beers? Some beery beers? I'm going to struggle to drink mine.
That's not good.
Dan, do you have yours prepared?
I was on mute, and both of you stopped talking while I was taking a big mouthful of my starter. I got the Gabs pack, the Gabs 2023, the Great Australasian Beer Spectacular for those playing at home. It's the biggest beer festival in the Southern Hemisphere. We just rounded out the Brisbane leg of that, which is the last leg. So it does Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane. Rounded out the Brisbane leg last weekend, or the weekend just gone, I should say. The first weekend in June, second weekend, something like that.
Yeah,
and each year, well, I'm just giving background. Each year they do a Gabs pack that sells through Damned Murphy's. They ask the brewers that are doing unique beers for the festival, do they want to can them? I think you have to apply to put your beer in and you get accepted and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, this year's an 8-pack. I've got that here. I'm starting with Seeker Brewing from Wollongong, their Unicorn NEIPA. It's a very pretty can. Pete is going to look it up right now and help me describe it. It's a multicolored hair. I thought that's what you were doing. It's a multicolored hair unicorn. It's got, I'm not even going to try. Anyway, 7.2%. I'm going to pour it. I haven't tried it. So you guys chat while I...
It has a fucking really nicely drawn unicorn label, actually.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's like it's like the rainbow colors through it, but it's got a hair texture to the colors.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Looks something like a phoenix unicorn almost.
Yeah.
It's almost a bit flamey.
The trail off. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't move on to the next beer until you tell us about how good or bad it is.
Well,
So, yeah.
it's really good, but it's got a very unique hop profile. It's almost like lolly mango-y, like sherbety almost. A lot of tropical fruit now. I wonder whether there's some sabro in there too, which gives it that some of that sort of rounded, creamy body character as well. It's nice. It's nice, but it's quite different, which is, I guess, what Gabs is all about. There's not much
It's the
description on
Gabs
the can,
special,
so
isn't it?
I can't really tell you what other than that description, that it's got a lot of sort of sherbety, lolly, tropical fruit characters to it.
Yeah, right.
Which I guess is the rainbow color.
Yeah, I suspect so.
Maybe. Yeah.
Someone said it's like drinking sprinkles.
Someone said that, did they? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, sprinkles don't have flavor, but sure.
It's just the kind of the sugar hit at the end.
Yeah, the sherbety lolly character to it is quite different, quite unique. But I'm assuming that's what they were going for. 3.75.
Okay. Now you know what unicorn semen tastes like. Sure, that's
Is
the
that what it
secret
says?
ingredient. Yeah, it definitely says that on the back of the pack.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, I'm now traumatized. So now you have to talk about your beer while I go lie down in the fetal position.
Okay. I
Yep.
might need a similar position after drinking this beer. It's not that it's bad. It's just
So what are you
fucking weird.
Are you
So-
going to talk about it, or are you
yeah,
going
no.
to...
So I'm drinking. It's a Big Dill. I don't even know who the brewer is. Who's the brewery?
Sailor's
It's a
Grave.
Sailor's Grave. It's a crisp cucumber and dill Gose.
It's almost like someone put that in a box for you.
It is almost like someone put that in a box for me, Tom. I'll be drinking all of those boxed beers tonight. So I think I'm drinking 3 sours and a stout. This one though is, look, it's exactly what it says it is. It is a shitload of cucumber, a little bit of dill. Yeah, a little bit of dill.
Beat me to it. Fuck.
Well, there was a pause there, so
There was a pause there while I was tasting. Just a little bit of sourness towards the back, and then you get the salt water hit from the Gose. So it does exactly what it advertises it's going to do. So in that sense, you kind of can't fault them. It's a very, very light, I don't know if you can see that, very light pale beer.
very light.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to admit I'm struggling a little bit with it because its flavor is so strong and unusual, and I'm not a huge cucumber fan. I don't wake up in the morning craving a cucumber, as some of us do, I'm sure. So I'm going to give that a 3.75. Yeah, we'll give it the same score that you just gave, Dan. It's not my favorite Gose.
There you go. Hey,
What do you want,
if you don't like dill, cucumbers, and pickles, then that's not the beer for you.
I don't dislike them. It's just in a beer.
Yeah,
it's just a bit weird in a beer.
Also, weirdly becoming increasingly popular to make a pickle Gose.
Yeah, I mean they've all of a sudden popped up. Only, I mean they've been a couple around every now and then for the last few years, but there's been a big influx in the last sort of 12 to 18 months.
It's bizarre.
It's all the
Jameson
drinkers and their picklebacks.
Yeah.
Brewers. I'm also drinking a Sailor's Grave beer. I am drinking the Dark Emu Dark Lager. It is pouring a lovely little reddy brown. Very clear. You can't really see that through the camera, but it's pouring very nicely. It's very tasty. They have used sorry, my light's not the best now in here, this new room. So Dark Emu is a dark lager brewed with the addition of, and I'm going to murder this next couple of words, Mamadiyang Nagalak and Buru Nagalak grass seed from the Far East, harvested by the Yuin people on the banks of the Wallangara River. Organic Australian-grown SARS and Fuggle hops from Ryefield.
You did way better than me. I would have fucked that up royally.
I tried my best. So, they've used some, as Sailor's Grave would normally do. They've gone and used some indigenous ingredients into this. So some grass seeds. It has like a kind of like spicy, like florally note, like right at the back. You get the nice, roasted malt character all the way through, and then there's, just at the back, there's a little bit of like almost like a not spicy, but spiced kick. Which I'm assuming is from those grass seeds. It's very nice, very, very drinkable still. Dark lagers aren't for everyone. I particularly love them. This is an exceptional one. I'm giving it 4.5.
Nice.
I'd happily get I don't know if it's 4 or 6 pack, but I'd grab a whole another bunch of those. This is great.
So you said 4.5, sorry.
I did.
Excellent.
Nummy num num
Cool.
num num nums.
Cool. Let's kick off with some news.
We interrupt this broadcast with some breaking news from the front.
You put lots in. I put almost nothing in for a change.
Well, I figured you'd be able to talk about the first one, especially for my new nickname for it. So we're going to talk. We're obviously going to later. We're going to talk about all the gaming seminars, as I called them. I don't know why I wrote that. The showcases that were on the last week. There's obviously a lot of game releases, a couple of movie and TV trailers thrown in there for good reason. But also there were some tech releases, which will, probably make their way into our hot little hands. The first one, which I'm, kind of pissed myself laughing about, was Project Q, which is the new handheld for streaming PS5 device. After last episode, when I was rabbiting on about the Backbone 1 for PlayStation, how excited I was for that. And the next morning, PlayStation goes, why don't you have our official one, which has, an actual DualSense controller? And I went, well, fuck me sideways. Well done, PlayStation.
Touche.
I just realized I'm muted. I think Dan even suggested in that last recording that PlayStation will probably release an official one the next day. I'm almost certainly predicted exactly that outcome.
Oh, really? I remember saying something about the official one. I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
I think you said, it wouldn't be far off from them making an official one. And then literally the next morning we woke up and there it was.
Boom.
So yes, that's. I don't have a release date for that yet, but it's. I would imagine they try and get that out for Christmas time. Put that on everyone's little wish list. It does work on remote play, so you need to be on a strong enough Wi-Fi connection. So in Australia, that's probably defunct. They also did announce they're releasing some PlayStation earbuds to go with it. But it's a cool little design. I think it looks great. It is the DualSense sides of the controller. It's an 8-inch 1080p screen, I think, with the exact specs for it.
Why use your perfectly capable 4K phone when we could charge you for a 1080p screen?
Exactly. Yeah. Predictions for price. I read these the other day. They reckon it'll be somewhere between the price of a Switch and the price of a PS5. So you're looking at about $400.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. But then their new professional fucking game controller is like $250, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You would say that they'd almost be losing money on that.
On which?
Well, if it's going to be between a Switch and a PS5, and the tech that goes into it, you'd almost say, I mean, what a bloody iPhone sell for? Fucking $1,400. They probably cost about $2 to make.
Yeah, that's
Pete,
all margin.
the DualSense Edge wireless controller, which is the fancy controller. $340 at EB Games Australia.
Right.
Fuck me. Yeah.
What's the price of the Switch? $400?
No, it's about $350.
Oh, really?
That's awesome.
Not the OLED screen one, but the other Switch. Yeah.
I can't see them making a loss on it, Dan, because you like it makes sense for these companies to make a loss on the consoles because they can make their money back in margin on first what do they call them? The studios they own, first party. That's it, first party studios. But with a streaming device like this, there is no more margin to be made. There's no sell through. So it makes no sense for them to make a loss on that device. You'd be better off just not releasing it to market.
Unless you've got to have the PS Plus subscription and everything to be able to do bits and pieces. And I don't know. It just seems to be I mean, I guess the price of tech and that is coming down, or has been for many years while things advance. And if it's only 1080p.
Well, before you say that, mate, let's get on to the next topic in our list in terms of the cost of shit going down.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
The next one's a doozy.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't put the price in there, but I laughed at it. The next one, obviously, is the Apple Vision Pro, or the Apple Snorkel, as I'm nicknaming it.
Which look like the snow goggles? Is that what? Yes. Is that what this is?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And it's only slightly less ridiculous looking than the Dyson face mask fail,
or the Razer. Remember the Razer one that never made it out yet?
Whoa! The Dyson face mask?
Have you not seen that?
Dyson personal air purifier. It's essentially like an Ant-Man. It's the Ant-Man helmet. Yeah. It's the Ant-Man helmet with it purifies air as you walk around.
So they're mediocre headphones and a air purifier that is less effective than an N95 mask and is not rated to prevent the spread of COVID. And Dyson's official recommendation is, but there's enough room to fit an N95 mask underneath our face mask. Well, if the N95 is more effective and you have to wear one underneath, why bother with the Dyson mask at all? Anyway, fucking random.
Come on, man. Throw these Apple goggles on, throw that thing on. We're one step away from fucking cyberpunk here. You just got to get the masses onto it. That's all I say.
I just don't see the point in the Apple Vision Pro. Like, it's augmented reality, but there's not enough functionality to justify the price tag. It's a closed ecosystem,
which is $3,500 for those playing at home.
US,
yeah.
It's $3,500 for less highly spec'd than the PSVR 2, which is what, $500? $600? It's a closed ecosystem, so you can rule out,
and it's going to cause people to die. Some dickhead's going to be wearing this.
Melodramatic.
No, it's not. You guarantee some dickhead's going to be wearing this in fucking some high traffic area like LA or fucking London or something, and be a tool bag and walk out because he thinks what he's actually
I thought it was going to be like what was it? Was it Wild Wild West, the movie where he had the microscope that the blades popped out? What movie was that?
Well,
what the fuck?
Yeah,
you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I'm going to find out what movie that was. Yeah. Blade microscope. No, that's going to bring up all weird things.
Some shit you'll never unsee. But I just don't see the fucking point in that yet. Look, Apple's a brand that people are going to buy that shit just because it's got the Apple logo on the side. There's no doubt about it. But $3,500 US dollars.
Oh no, it was the Phantom. Ah,
it was the Phantom, was it? Surely they've only made like 1,000 of these, and they're just going to go to like the douchebag influencers and that, and say, "Oh, I got one of these," and then Apple will go, "Oh no, they sold really well. We're sold out. You'll have to wait for next generation and line up at 1 a.m. in the morning to get your headset." And
I like that it's got a battery pack with like that's corded battery pack, and I think I like it. I think they have to wear it on their belt. That just brings me joy. I don't know why. Just that pleases me in a way.
So fucking stupid. 5,160 odd Australian, but because of the way that Apple prices shit, you can guarantee that it'll be pegged at 4,595 or 4,995.
Just get over it, would you?
There's nothing wrong with a bit of pegging. I don't see the fucking point. $5,500 for a VR headset that's no more capable than anything else that's already on the market. Just
what's the other? Is the Meta? Is the Meta ones that's basically
Quest
better? Yeah, the Quest.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and I'm pretty sure the PSVR 2 is better as well. And it doesn't have a fucking battery pack that you strap to your waist. So anyway, moving right on. There's a couple of all the games that are releasing or about to be released. There's a couple of demos live on the PS Store. I don't know if Dan ever found the one he was talking about today, but Final Fantasy 16
as it's a 2-hour long demo, I believe. You can jump into, and it's a significant chunk of a story. And then I think there's an extra bit on the end which lets you trial the big boss fights you get to do as the summons, which seem to be an interesting part of this new story. Also, for those who love getting killed in a game, there's the Lies of P, which is a Pinocchio-themed Soulsborne game. Also has a live demo. I know Dan was keen for that one.
Yep. Yeah,
It looks
I'm going to
good.
give it a go.
Yeah.
I'm going to definitely give it, and I'm going to give the demo a go too. And also, while we're talking about demos, I think it flew under the radar a little bit. The Alone in the Dark, the new Alone in the Dark game, got a prologue demo dropped on the PlayStation Network.
Is that the one with David Harbour?
It is. David Harbour's playing the main detective in
Yeah.
it, so I'm very excited for that now. Well, I mean, I was excited, and I really like David Harbour, and I think he'll play a really good 1920s detective. So
Definitely, yeah.
yeah, I think that just ticked more on my list. And this is the prologue leading to the main game, so all in engine and everything. So I'm going to give that and the Lies of P a go. So I will report back next episode.
I'm surprised we haven't heard from Ed what the demo for Final Fantasy 16 is like. I'm sure he's played it 17,000 times in the last day and a half that it's been released. He's stopped time. He's got a TARDIS. It's fine. Moving right along, some worrying news, actually. The Federal Trade Commission of the US of A are imposing a $20 million USD fine, which is approximately $30 million, on Microsoft. And this is the pretty fucked up bit. They've been wrongfully collecting the personal information of children/minors through their Xbox user signups without the consent of parents, and then also illegally retaining it, which is a violation of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And this has been ongoing for a few years, if you read the article, that they've been working through it. But yeah, they've finally been smacked with a pretty nasty fine. So
so they've actually been fined that.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, so there's been going on since, I think it was 2016. They said that they first discovered it. But it's also, the problem has been, if a minor's been signing up to Xbox Live, it's after they input name, I think it's name, email, and gender, and then they have to say I'm over the age of 13. So they're collecting that information before they say, oh no, you can't sign up without parents' consent. So that's been the issue, is that they had the checkbox to say I'm underage after they've already collected this data, and they were holding on to it. So that's the big thing, is the fact that they were actually weren't getting rid of children's information online.
I did think we'd seen this news before. So as you said, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, it's multi, like almost like a saga. There's multiple entries in. If you read through the article, it's a very long. As any government body kind of thing around this lawyering case. It's a bit dry, but it's still like, it's good that they've cracked onto it and stopped them doing it. Like,
yeah, great,
absolutely. They've also, the Federal Trade Commission really hates Microsoft. I don't know if this is a result of this, but they've also moved to block the Microsoft Blizzard deal from finalizing. They are trying to, prevent the finalizing of the acquisition, which is meant to be in July, while their in-house court continues to discuss the deal. So they've gone to the one of the Californian state courts to say, hey, stop this until we're ready to say it's okay.
And that's what it is. Their complaint is that Microsoft are trying to steamroll through the deal to get the deal done before it's even before the FTC even decides if the deal's legal. And so they've slapped them on the wrist to say, you guys are rushing this through and it's sketchy and you can't do that. So it's not to stop it from happening, it's to stop it from happening as quickly as Microsoft want it to happen.
There we go. That's probably a better explanation of it. No, let's go for hype news, Peter. Hype news.
That's what you accused me of.
That's why I did it. And then, in a surprise to no one, Nintendo have issued a cease and desist to the Dolphin emulator owners, who announced in March they were releasing their emulator for Wii and GameCube games on Steam, and they went, absolutely the fuck you're not. and boom, cease and desist. And they went, okay, sorry. The Dolphin guys came out and said that they're going to, reevaluate how they can get it out there. And I'm like, good fucking luck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how did they ever think they were going to get away with it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Crazy. And it was so upfront as well. It was on
Blatant,
Steam. It was in the news. It was never. Yeah, they were never going to let.
They didn't hide what they were
continue
doing.
on with it.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how they thought they'd get away with it. They were like, hey, look, we're being really honest about the fact we're essentially stealing from you. So if you want to just let this happen, come on, guys. Yes. That's not from me.
The last bit of news. I was really surprised by this piece. So Embracer Group, who are actually a holding company, so they're basically an investment firm, lost $2 billion in funding recently, and as a result, they're now saying that they'll be shutting some of the studios down that they've just finished acquiring. There'll be mass layoffs, and they'll be cancelling games that people are excited about. We're not talking about little indie houses and indie games being cancelled and no one noticed. We're talking like major titles are going to be cancelled. But their exact words, I think it was the CEO in his address to shareholders, his exact words will be that they'll be exploiting the hell out of the new Lord of the Rings license they've purchased.
Yeah, I don't like that use of that language.
Yeah, it's not the right kind of language.
Was that actual? That was their language.
Yeah,
exploiting the hell out of is an exact quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Well, that's how we end up with a whole bunch of tripe out there, isn't it?
That's how we end up with the Witcher series.
Well, I'd be more concerned about the what are those continuous clicker games? Mining the depths of Moria with a continuous clicker mobile app to get to the mithril.
Yeah.
And that sort of rubbish. Yes, but that is how we get to
when you have mobile games is where they'll definitely focus. Unfortunately,
that's exactly where I first went. Yeah,
yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, when you have no respect for the content or your fans, that's how you end up with a Witcher series that we've got. That was kind of my point. If it's just about exploiting a fucking license to make margin, and that's all you're focusing on, you end up driving the wrong outcomes out of your product.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just trying to look at what else they've done, but their website's shit.
Who? Embracer?
Yeah.
They're the ones
Embracer
who
own everyone.
Like THQ Nordic and all those guys.
Yeah.
They're the ones who've been buying up shit left, right, and center. Yeah.
Yep. I just saw Deus Ex and Tomb Raider and Borderlands and okay.
Yeah, we've so Tom's reported on this a few times in the last 12 months on the podcast as they've been purchasing various studios.
They literally just went, oh, I'll take that one now. We'll have that little studio too. That one probably needs some help. We'll take them along. Yeah.
So how did this not get tied up like what's the name did this Microsoft?
Because this is
acquisition.
Because Microsoft's not technically acquiring Blizzard. They're merging with them. And Embracer purchasing 5 or 6 major studios doesn't put a dent in the overall market, like the number of studios out there making games. So what everyone's worried about with the Microsoft merger is it's creating a duopoly or it's monopolizing a lot of the industry in one group, whereas Embracer buying 5 studios, it's neither here nor there.
They're also smaller studios, compared to Activision, Blizzard, and Microsoft as well.
Yeah. So that's why.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just it's from a point of view of somebody who's I like the Blizzard properties, but it doesn't. And obviously it's a much larger thing. Their reach and their expanse is larger than what I even could think of, even having been watching games for the last 30 years or whatever. It doesn't impact me whether they buy it or not. If I don't want to play their games, I just won't and go to these other studios. But then you look at things like Embracer's closing all these down, as well as Microsoft acquiring or merging with Blizzard, as well as Sony purchasing all these things. And that's where you I guess, ultimately end up with a Coles and Woolies versus Aldi situation.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a very Australian comment there from any international listeners.
Yeah, I think they've got at least a Coles or a Woolworths in America, but it's a completely different store. It's like it has different stuff in it. Anyway, Activision is no small studio by itself, though, Dan. It's not just Blizzard. Activision do Call of Duty.
I know their titles
Spiro.
are massive. I just don't. I don't personally engage with any of them. So, and I know those numbers. The Call of Duties are fucking massive.
Yeah, I mean it's bigger than Battlefield, but in terms of a cult following, but the point is less. You just won't bother playing those games, and the point is more, as we have already seen, and we'll talk about later on tonight. If Microsoft purchases these games, they're going to be Xbox exclusives, so you won't have a choice. I know it doesn't affect you, but if your niece or nephew or somebody in your family wants to play Crash Bandicoot, guess what? Buy an Xbox because it's not going to be on PlayStation anymore. Or Spiro, or some of the other games that Activision put out. Blizzard, Blizzard's probably less directly impacting because most of Blizzard's properties have been PC games historically that have maybe been ported.
Yeah.
But, this is getting to a point where it's very clearly the Xbox versus PlayStation wars. We're in the middle of them now, which we'll talk about. Anyway. The end times. I need to go and get my second beer. Thank God. And I might.
Earlier.
Well, why don't you kick off? Just can you please take some notes because I won't be here to take them. And I'm just going to check if my groceries aren't sitting outside my door. So you never know.
We chef.
You going first? You just cracked yours. I will type as you speak, and then Pete can correct all of my spelling mistakes.
Ooh, that's exciting. Well, in a surprise to no one, because I love the series, I've gone for the next in the Hazy Days. Garage Project's Hazy Pales. It is 5.8%. He loves it when we put the ABV on for him. And
I'm not putting it in the order. I'm just putting it in the order that you're saying it. So
yeah, that's fine. He can fix it up later.
Yep. What number is it? Does it have a number? Or what's
no, they've stopped putting the numbers on the front. I think they still put them on Untapped, but so he can look that up. I'll give the hops that they've used though. Sabro, Strata, and Simcoe. The triple S, triple threat.
Love a good triple threat.
Yes. So they haven't. Yes, they don't put the number on the can, but it's there you go. Probably Hazy Days number 643. Yep. When you're getting groceries,
and they classify it as a hazy pale or a hazy
pale? Hazy pale ale.
Hazy pale. It's too low to be an IPA.
It's their ongoing hazy pale series. Look, it starts with Sabro, so this is going to be interesting because people who like Sabro hate themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. I know I've Sabro bashed us several times on this podcast, so I'm glad that it's reaching a wider audience because
it's not overly coconutty, which is good. It's because I always find that Sabro coconut to be that like coconut oily rather than like that nice kind of rounded desiccated coconut kind of taste. Yeah. It's got a hell of a lot of bitterness coming through, though. This has been sitting in my fridge for a little bit. When was it packaged? No, it was packaged back in March. It's not too bad. It's about 3 months old. It's pouring. It's a Garage Project Hazy Pale. It pours that nice opaque yellow. But it's I don't know if it's that mix of hops. It's just got it's got that initial coconutty, and then just like a real like odd bitterness that's coming through. I can't quite place it. It's not quite vegetal, but it's there. It's a nice rounded mouthfeel. Look, I don't know, that flavor's throwing me off. I'm gonna give it a 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah. That's me.
I just cracked my next one.
Mhm.
Okay. Rocky Ridge Brewing. They are out of. Are they Victorian,
WA, aren't
Tom?
they? Western Australia?
WA, are they? Wow, the writing on this can is really small. I'll find
Pretty sure
it
they're
later.
from WA.
They are from WA.
This is yeah. Frootie and the Blowfish. Fruit smoothie sour 8%.
You
Yeah.
hate yourself, Dan.
No, I definitely do at the moment.
A smoothie
me.
sour. Why would you pick that out of
Because
all
it's in the
beers?
Gabs pack, man, and it was either this one or the fucking Cruiser one, which I'm going to get to next. So I really do hate myself.
Yes. You did say when you bought it that you wish you'd read the pack before you bought it.
I'd read the pack, yep. And that is going to be the ongoing theme of this this podcast for the last 12 months and going forward. I still don't read cans and packets before I buy them. I cracked it open and it smelt like blueberries, and I'm like, oh, okay, rightio. It poured a little bit like blueberries, and then I got it to my face and it smelled like fucking fruit tingles. Okay. Okay, right, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Is that just a lactose special? Just, yeah.
It is. It's just, yeah. You know what? People who
Is that
like
Can Kellis bringing the milkshake bringing the boys to your yard, or is it turning them away?
No, definitely not. It for people that like that style, I think they'll like this because there is really good fruit expression. It has that real lactosey, lolly finish to it, but there is sourness. Like it actually has quite a good upfront tartness, but that sweet blueberry is just lingering in my nasal passages, and I think I'm gonna, if I drink any more of that,
sink it.
I think I'm gonna end up waking up tomorrow after having blueberry, like monster blueberries chasing me through my fucking nightmares, and be burping it all morning. So I'm not going to continue with that.
You're going to go sink.
Once again, I think if people like that smoothie sour, fruited, big, weird Gabs, you know what? Yeah, okay, it is the right beer for Gabs. But if you like that smoothie sour, yeah, you probably will like this, but it's too much like a bowl of sugary Fruit Loops for me.
I think we should say for our international listeners, Gabs is really just it's the definition of the Dr. Ian Malcolm quote that your scientists never stop to think if they
everybody's so focused on whether they could. No one stopped to think about whether they should.
Literally, it's just. It's yeah. Sometimes you look at those beers that come out, and you're just like, how much were they sitting in the brew house, just going, what can we throw at the wall and hope that sticks?
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not bad it's not a badly constructed beer for Gabs.
No,
but there is absolutely no way I'm going to drink that full 375ml can. Not a fucking chance.
Out of 5, Dan?
This
is where you refuse to have a strong opinion about it.
This is. I do have a strong opinion, but I'm not going to be one of those toss bags that I don't like fruited sours and rate them at a 1 star. Yes. Because I do think it's well constructed. I do think all the flavors that they say are there. It's a fruity and sweet blueberry something. So I think it is worth a 375.
That's a very high score for a beer that you're about to pour down a sink.
Well, it's just because he knows it's well made. It's not that it's.
I know. I get it. Yeah. I get it. It's just surprisingly high.
Should be done. Don't start my Untapped rant. Do not start my Untapped rant.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of this.
I'm going to do the 3 wise monkeys and shut my mouth now. Like, What are you having, Peter?
Hopefully just one of them, because if you have to cover your eyes and your ears as well, then apart from needing to grow 2 more pairs of hands, you're
well, my ears are
not going
covered,
to be much.
so I can just do this.
Not going to be much good on a podcast.
By the way,
Yes.
Range Brewing, Rocky Ridge, Rocky Ridge.
Is WA.
Hats off to you. You have gone all out and put your symbol on the pull tab on the top of the can lid.
They do that. I have seen that. Yeah.
Must cost a goddamn fortune. So well done for going that little extra mile and making the lid unique to you. Good job.
They're also Australia's first certified sustainable and carbon neutral brewery and are committed to net zero emissions from our brewing process by 2025.
Nice. There's a few breweries going B Corp at the moment. It's always good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Capital's got it. Young Henry's has got it. Everyone's going for it now.
Good. It's the new ISO 14001. It's trendy. And then all of a sudden you're fucked if you don't have it. It's amazing how quickly that switch flips. It's good. It's progress. My second beer. Yes, I am consuming a Beerfarm beer called the Botanical Citrus Gose. This is like, I don't want to say it's. Oh fuck! My groceries are here. Wouldn't you know it?
I'll just politely chat for a while.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Keep going. Go. That's annoying. Right. That noise really is annoying. So Peter's going to get his groceries. Let's have a little guess about what he's gotten today. It's cold. It's winter time, so he's definitely gotten some oatmeal because he needs a good solid morning breakfast thing. I'd also think that Peter would. He's a Makona man. He's that kind of guy who just shoves the grains into his mouth and then pours the hot water straight in. No time for milk. He's just, that's the long black kind of guy. He's in IT, and that's just what they do. Cat food, obviously. There's probably some kitty litter in there as well because those cats love to take a shit. I reckon he's treated himself this week. He's did a lot of hard work over the weekend, a long weekend, and he had to work, which is not usually his kind of thing. So I'm going to say there's probably maybe a 6-pack of those little Magnum ice creams. Yeah, maybe some Ego caramels. Ooh, yeah. Now you're talking. They are decadent. And that's just got him through. Then usual meat, veg, everything else. You got to have those 3 standard meals a day. Rye bread, definitely rye bread because he's a spicy fellow. I think that's going to round it out. Maybe some chippies for those late night gaming sessions. He's been catching up on his Red Dead 2. So, what kind of chippy would Peter have? Let's have a little thinky there. Look, I'm going to say he's going to go for a Kettle Original Salted. You just can't beat a classic. You can't. It's just one of those ultimate chips. That's Peter's groceries. My ideal Sunday, I'm going to be completely honest, is, wake up, walk across to Schenken, get a nice little coffee. That's good. Then come back. Usually don't work on a Sunday, so that's always good. Get something ready, go do the little grocery shop for that night. We're thinking it's Sunday. We're going to have like a nice party meal because we can just be lazy all day. But the potatoes need to feature. That's always good. I'm thinking a big, nice, juicy. Oh, let's go Scotch fillets. Scotch fillets are always good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Were you left here to Phil?
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about my ideal Sunday. And then around about 1:00, I usually sit down, start up the PlayStation, and then before I know it, it's 9 p.m. and I haven't cooked dinner. So that's my ideal Sunday. There's a few beers thrown in for good measure. But yeah.
Oh, see, Tom, that's why you need a slow cooker.
Oh, actually, slow cooker got used today. We did some chicken in the slow cooker, so I had some pulled chicken wraps before we started recording.
Yeah,
delicious.
That's how you do it. When
found
you're
some,
all
found
energetic.
some truffle cheese in the fridge, so I melted that between the chicken, and then fantastic. I can't wait for Peter to edit that. That is going to be all time.
What did I come back to?
Oh, you just wait until you hear what I thought of was in your grocery shop.
Right. Sorry about that. I didn't even unpack. I just stuck whole fucking paper bags in the freezer in the fridge. But I had to feed the cats too because, anyway, listeners don't give a fuck. Did we take a break or are we playing through?
No. I
Straight
did
to the
not
back
stop
nine.
talking. I did not stop talking.
Doesn't surprise me at all, Tom. So this beer is excellent. This is Botanical Citrus Gose. It's a very nice lemon, like it's almost it's not at all sweet, so I don't want to give the wrong message by mentioning lemon drops, but it's got that refreshing lemon flavor through it, but it's still the salty backbone of a Gose.
Like old school lemonade, refreshing lemon? No?
No, it's sharper than that.
Okay.
But it has almost it's not at all sweet, but it has that. I don't want to say synthetic because it's the wrong word, but you know those lemon drop lollies, you get that there's a depth to the lemon flavor that isn't quite real lemon somehow. Probably is real lemon, but it's got a depth to the flavor that's not just.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm explaining it really fucking badly, but that's what the beer is. It's actually super refreshing. But it's a lot more bitter and sour than original lemonade.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm going to give that a 4. I'm very, very chuffed with that.
I can't fucking win with beers tonight, especially out of this Gabs pack.
Yeah,
it's because you got a Gabs pack. That's your first mistake.
I just cracked open the Newstead Yoho Rum Porter because I thought, you know what, I'm going to go the big one and just sit on this for the next hour. Seems I'm
run out of beeries.
Between
when you
beer
say the
two,
big one, haven't your first 2 beers been like 7.5% each?
Oh yeah. Oh, this is 9.9%.
Oh, Jesus.
So I swear this has peated malt in it, and I hate peated malt. Anyway, let's roll on.
Okay.
What are we doing now?
We're going to get into some quick fire reviews.
All right,
So I was doing the need to make them quick fire.
Well, okay. Fuck, we've only been on the air for 47 minutes, and I'm going to have to cut at least 10 of those minutes out.
No, you can't. That is one of my all-time greatest, just ranting.
It's just fucking. It's
no, Pete. You're going to absolutely piss yourself. You're gonna.
Oh no! I'm just saying it's just Murphy's law. It's just Murphy's law that the moment that Dan walks away from the microphone is the moment the fucking groceries turn up. Of all of the time.
But my improv skills kicked in. That was years of theatre studies.
Cool. American-born Chinese.
Oh, this was a very.
Tell us about the secrets of monkey magic.
This was a very fun series. It was half a coming of age school kind of thing.
Drama.
It is based on a graphic novel, I'm pretty sure. And the rest of it was all based in Chinese mythology. Had an all-star cast, which I have not written down, but we can find it. But yeah, so a lot of it was half an episode would be focused on the current in-world school kind of the main character Jin and his dilemmas as a high school student in America, and then the other half of the episode would be devoted to the mystical element of what's going on in the grander story. Episode, I think it's episode 5. Because I was the whole time I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. This is it's the Monkey King, it's the whole journey to the West. It's really cool. And then episode 5 comes along and it's dead set. Almost the opening is a shot for shot homage. It's not a parody. It's a homage to monkey magic, including the 6 tile of their own face as they go around in the U shape.
The Brady Bunch. Yeah.
What? Yeah. Emma's looking at me and she's like, why are you smiling like an idiot? And I'm like, it's fucking monkey magic.
This is my faith.
Yeah. And it was just, it was really cool. Obviously some outstanding actors in it. There was Michelle Yeoh play, she's in it a decent amount. But always just, she walks on screen. You're just like, oh yes, Michelle. Yeah, holy shit! She's going to do it. The worst, not the worst part about it. The most disappointing part was Quan Yan. Oh, that's not how you say it. You know what I'm talking about? No,
short round.
Short round. Yeah, I can never get the pronunciation right, but he features
Hui Kwan.
That's it. Yeah,
Kwan. Yeah.
I don't have it written down in front of me, so sorry. I apologize for that. But he starts in it weirdly as this he's in this like sitcom within the show. Like it's like meant to be like a Full House kind of parody like that he like features in. And then only at the very end do they put like his scenes in, and he has like a really cool little soliloquy almost at the end. It's just kind of like, I was really hoping he was going to feature more.
At the end,
you obviously get excited when you see him. He's going to come on screen because he's a really good actor. And then a bunch of the other actors in it, like recognized from like smaller roles in some like decent films that we would have seen. This was some comedians that were in there that did a really good role. The one guy is Ronnie Cheng. He plays a drunken monk and fights like a drunken monk. The choreography is next level. It was so cool, but
you can't have Chinese mythology without drunken boxing being a part of it. It's
no, and he does.
core
Yeah,
to
it's
that
obviously,
culture, mate.
it's not him doing the drunken boxing, but the guy they get to do it. It was he did that classic move where he's on one foot and he like folds his other leg behind him and then it falls back and he just like turns and looks his head at you and you're like, oh yeah, he's fucking done it. Yeah. So no, it was beautiful choreography throughout any of the fight scenes. There were plenty of monkey mischiefs of pulling hairs and making things appear. So that definitely did it for me. Yeah, it was half an hour episodes.
Cool.
It wasn't too like the school element. You were like, oh yeah, it's the boy in love with the girl, whatever, blah 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 blah. Like that was fine because of the amount of time it spent in the like mythological world. But it's just an easy thing to watch over dinner. Emma and I smashed it out in I think 3 sittings, like 8 episodes. So we did 3, 3, and 2.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and it's definitely leads into a second season. So hopefully they keep the same kind of vein to it. And yeah, just if you've got Disney Plus, worth checking out as something easy to watch while you're having dinner. That's my review of that one.
Cool.
30-minute episodes, did you say?
I think the first one was maybe an hour, but the other ones were like half an hour.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, they kind of in that 30 to an hour kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, 31 minutes. I'm just looking at it now. And there's
only... it's just that nice easy TV to watch. Like even while doing other stuff, like watching the last episodes last night, there are a few moments where they have hard coded subs for when they're speaking in Chinese. So you do have to like stop and pay attention. If I was writing on the computer, you look up and go, cool, yep, I know what's happening in the story now. Which was good because it called out Emma a few times as she was on her phone, and I'd be like, you don't know what they just said. Put your phone down. Let's pay attention to what we're watching. There we go.
That was always a pet hate of mine too.
Yeah, no. So it was there was a decent amount of like mixing between English and Chinese, which I thought was good, and it was in the right moments as well. It wasn't like that kind of like we're just going to start talking in Chinese so the American person can't understand us, so we can like just for no reason whatsoever. It always had a point to using the Chinese language, which I thought was a bit better. But yeah, check it out if you got it. Not you, Dan. Cool. You can't watch it.
Nope.
No Disney Plus for you.
I would very much like to, but I can't.
Torrent. What?
I think you said Ted Lasso.
No, you can go now. I need to have some more beer and have a break.
Okay.
You jump in and do a review.
I'm going to try and fly through mine. So, Hypnotic. We talked about this in Trailer Trash not too long ago.
Ben Affleck film, right?
I was going to say it's Ben Affleck, yeah.
This is the Ben Affleck film with Alice Braga, a couple of other people that I'm sure we know. William Fichtner? Yeah. Feitner? I don't know.
He's the classic bad guy and everything, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, but he's a B-grade bad guy.
Yeah.
He's never in a AAA title. I can see what they were trying to do with this film. I mean, it's about synthetic memory loss on purpose and these hypnotic people that can have what's his name? Kilroy from
Jessica Jones.
Thank you. Jesus. Is it Kilroy? Is that his
something
David
like
Tennant's
that,
character?
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
So the same power, the ability to influence people's to basically mind control people just by thinking. They're literally hypnotics. But the whole movie was there is so much dialogue revealing the backstory instead of showing it. It's poorly written. It's contrived as fuck, and it really felt like a C grade ripoff of one of my all-time favorite movies, and that also happens to have Ben Affleck in it. And there are so many parallels to a movie called Paycheck, which I mentioned a couple of episodes ago, and you guys were both like, "What's that?"
Yeah,
No,
I've seen Paycheck. Uma Thurman.
I must have thrown it into a conversation without context then, because you guys both gave me kind of. But Hypnotic, there are so many copied elements. It's like a facsimile that just didn't get it right. So I really didn't rate that film very highly at all. Also, his face, he's I don't know if it's Botox or plastic surgery, but he's had a lot of work done, and his ability to express is diminished significantly and noticeably.
Affleck?
Ben Affleck, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a facelift or just bad Botox or what, but throughout that entire film, his forehead and his cheekbones hardly moved. Crying, laughing, talking, just
interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, did you want to go back to Ted Lasso, or do you want me to keep playing through, Tom?
Up to you. Do you want to do another one? That was pretty quick.
I'll do another one. A really quick one. I abandoned Citadel. So again, we did Trailer Trash not too long ago, and we talked about the Citadel TV series. It looked like an action spy kind of
That's the Amazon Prime
series, rather. Yeah,
Russo
Brothers.
Brothers.
It's on Amazon. Yes, Russo Brothers. Yep. And starring Richard Madden and Priyanka Chopra Jonas.
Is she the little girl from Matrix Revolutions?
You got IMDb.
That's very fucking random.
Well, she looks like the little girl.
Yes, she is.
Fucking hell! Like she She was like
Good
10
call.
in Matrix Revolutions, and she's
Oh well, sorry. She's starting in Resurrections. Let me just.
Resurrections.
No, Resurrections is a new one. The Sad Erections one we've been giving them shit about.
Yeah, it's the same.
That.
She would have been the same actor in the first one.
When was Matrix released?
Matrix 99, and then Reloaded and Revolutions would have been 03, 04, something like that.
I don't think it's the same actress, because her career starts in 2001.
Okay, you talk about Citadel. I'll find out I'll find any more information.
And then Stanley Tucci, the bald guy that you would have seen. Yeah, so you would have seen him.
Made the world's
I gave up on the series. Yeah, I gave up after 4 episodes. It's just it's utterly unoriginal spy thriller that it's been done to death. The whole I deleted my own memories as part of a program, a government-funded fucking super spy department. It's not even a good rip-off. It's just a shitty rip-off. And then everything else in it is just the conspiracy theories.
That just sounds like it's fucking Jason Bourne.
Yeah, but in a really bad way.
Yeah.
And then the spy conspiracy theories and, double, triple, quadruple agents all wrapped up together, and who double-crossed us. Oh my God, it was me the whole time and I forgot. Like, fuck off. I'm too old to stick with shit TV, and that just surprisingly bad. So I gave that the slip.
Yeah, how many episodes is it?
The season, I don't know. It's been renewed, I can tell you that.
Oh,
which I'm somewhat
sounds
surprised.
Great.
Yeah, but it's Amazon. 2, 4, 6. 6.
Oh, so
and I
2/3 through.
I didn't realize it was only 6 episodes.
Yeah,
I probably would have finished the season, to be honest, if I'd known that. But fucked if I'm going to watch it now. It's just
so not the same actress in those Matrix movies. So maybe I just got it confused that she was in the new one. What was the new one?
Yeah.
She's in Resurrections.
Resurrections, playing the character that was in Revolutions, but it's a different actress.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, it was like B-grade Alias style TV.
Well, this is in the TV series.
Correct.
Great
Like-
TV series, though.
Yeah. Did you want to talk about Ted Lasso?
I did. I fucking love this show. It's done now. It's the 3 seasons are done. Ted Lasso, for those who have managed to miss it at all, is about an American football coach who is sent to the UK to coach a soccer team or football. He has no idea about the sport. He is probably the most wholesome human on the planet. And instead of being the, traditional angry, yelly coach, he spends his time not only building these people up as players, but also as human beings. I ended up openly weeping most episodes. It's very good at showing you how you, despite how much you may love your parents, you probably didn't have the best relationship with them growing up, and you should probably fix it. So yeah, there was a few calls to mum, after watching an episode. But in a good way. It's kind of like there's
Seasons
never,
1 and
never
2. I haven't started season 3, but seasons 1 and 2 were some of the most wholesome TV I've ever watched.
Oh, and season 3 just keeps the whole thing going. Look, and then it's one of those things you're like, cool. Now there's a fake soccer game that I'm overly invested in, and I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, this is absolute witchery. But yes, it's a fantastic series. The characters they go through a really nice character growth, like across the whole season, like especially the main ones. Some of the minor ones have their little moments, and you're like, yeah, that's cool. And it's like, but it doesn't detract from the main kind of core 6-ish characters that you focus on. And yeah, it wraps up very neatly in a nice little package. It's an end that's kind of it's one of the better endings for a series as well. But it feels nice and complete. It's not like, oh, maybe could have got a 4th season out of it. Like, there's a little bit more story to tell. There surely is more stories to tell of these characters, but not for what they were trying to do. So they wrapped it up perfectly. Yeah. And I recommend checking it out if you have, we ended up we had a free Apple subscription through the PlayStation for a bit, so managed to get through the first 2 seasons in that, and then we've ended up getting Apple TV as a result because we were that enamored with it. But yeah,
as I've said before, I've not seen a bad show from Apple TV so far.
Yeah, no, we've watched a few on there. There's one I gave up on, which we won't. Talk about because,
It's coming up in trailer trash, fucker.
It is. So yeah, Ted Lasso. It's just if you just want to feel good about yourself and maybe go, there is some stuff I can work on with myself. I'm gonna have a look at that. And then finally get invested in a fake soccer game. Then it's the show for you. Very excellent last season, and it's now kind of one of those things. If you did want to just smash out all 3 seasons, now's the perfect time to go and do it. But check it out. Excellent cast.
Yeah, cool. I'm definitely gonna have to do that. So I've got 2 more, and I will blitz through them. Silo, which is another Apple TV TV Plus.
Oh yeah,
series,
we saw the trailer for this. Yeah,
is really fucking good so far.
Cool.
I'm heavily invested in that. It's Dan. I don't know if you'd classify it as a small story. There's about, I think, 10,000 people crammed into a missile silo, and that is the end of civilization. So
not a small story.
No, it is quite a small story. It doesn't involve more than about a dozen of those humans, and it's a big conspiracy drama. So they're locked in this silo. They're told the outside world is poison, and due to some sort of war, but no one can remember what the war was about. There's some sort of pact that is like the laws inside the silo to stop that were written after a rebellion in the silo that almost ended mankind. But there's layers of conspiracy wrapped upon layers of conspiracy. There's one golden rule in the silo, and that is if you say that you want out, you must be allowed out, but you cannot stay. So as soon as those words are out of your mouth, you are forced out of the silo. to die, basically. And people watch. There's this viewing platform, this massive TV, like wall-to-wall TV screen that shows a view of the outside post-apocalyptic landscape. And in the first episode, someone says that they want out, and so they're put in like a rad suit and pushed out, and they're asked to clean. They clean the sensor on like as their last act, and then they basically just try and walk away from the silo and die. And so that's the first kind of plot hook, and it's just been layer upon layer of really intricate and interesting conspiracy. And what you're trying to figure out what happened. Why are they in this silo? You already, like, by the end of the first episode, you can already tell there's a bunch of lies that the population have been force fed, but you're not really sure what the truth is either. Stars Rebecca Ferguson, who is the
Lady Jessica.
Paul Atreides' mother. It also stars Graham Yost. No, sorry, it was written by Graham Yost, who wrote Speed 1 and 2, along with the Pacific TV series with Spielberg and what's his name? Also stars Common and Tim Robbins. Tim Robbins does a great job. I don't know if you know that actor's name off the top of your head, but he's in fucking everything. Yeah. He's been around for 100 years. So, yeah, really worth checking out. And then the last thing I just wanted to quickly mention, unless anyone had any questions on Silo? No? It's just I didn't even take a breath.
As long as it's
are there
not on.
Are there bobbleheads featuring at all?
No.
No? Okay. Damn.
What were you going to say, Dan?
No, it sounds very interesting. I did see the trailer for it and it looked good, but don't have Apple TVs. Actually, you know what? I do have a 3-month subscription still sitting in the back of my PlayStation. It keeps telling me you are allowed to have 3 months free. So.
You could vindicate my opinion on Foundation. Or Reinforced Toms. But why would you go out of your way? The last thing I wanted to say was Cradle. So the book series that I mentioned like 5 or 6 episodes ago, it must have been longer than that.
Oh, not the GoldenEye level. I got really excited for a second. I thought you just like somehow randomly booted up GoldenEye 007. You were like, let's talk about the mission Cradle. And I was like, I'm in.
Alas, no. So I talked about the first book, which was titled Unsold. The writer Will White just released the 12th book. It was released 3 weeks ago. So 8 weeks ago, I started reading the first book for the second time and read all 11 books. I literally finished the 11th book the day before the 12th was released and finished the 12th in 4 days. It is one of the most satisfying series I've ever read. I saw an interview with Will White on YouTube at some sort of comic convention in America where he said his opinion on the way to finish a story has always been about half of the final book should be the actual wrap-up of the story, and then the other half should be what happens to the characters after, because he hates those ... dots, and he likes everything neatly tied off, and his book does exactly that. I think the actual climax for the story is about 3/4 of the way through the final novel, and then he spends a solid 150 pages talking about what happens to the characters afterwards. Like, how do they live their lives from that point forward? It doesn't cover their entire lifespan after that.
Oh, yeah, I remember you talking about this.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. So
I started the second book last night.
Oh, did you? Excellent. You're going to get to meet one of my all-time favorite written characters. His name is Ethan. So it's one of the best series I've ever read. So if you're a reader and you like fantasy, but with a Chinese
Oriental
mythology,
spin?
no, it's not even Chinese. It's somewhere between Chinese and Japan. So Oriental's the right way to describe it.
That's why I said Oriental. Yeah.
And
there's more in there. There's tech and there's mythology and gods and other planes and all sorts of.
And one of the most interesting magic systems I've ever read, because his martial arts is the magic system in that universe. So you can channel your soul, which is you have to choose to align your soul to certain aspects. It can be like water, earth, fire, but also it could be a mix of like shadow and water. You can mix a couple of different auras together, but once you attune yourself to your chosen auras that defines your martial arts path, and then your magic is basically expressed in martial arts techniques. So, you might be able to throw a real spear, and then your martial arts magic might be able to clone that spear 7 times, so you end up throwing 8 spears instead of 1, for example. So really interesting and well written. And that is all I've got to say about that.
There you
So
go. I'm
I think
actually currently recommending it to someone who I think will love it. So there you go, Pete. You've passed it on.
And it fits into a genre I've not heard described before called progression. Progression as a genre, because it is very much each book. It establishes within the context of the universe levels of achievement, and they're very clearly defined, like almost like belts in martial arts. And they are fundamentals. They're a fundamental reality, like the laws of physics. So if everyone starts as foundation, when you get to say iron level, you get an iron body, and when you get to gold, you merge with the spirit of a dead creature or dead person, and you get a gold sign. And so if you merge, like one of the main characters merges with a sword specialist, and she ends up growing 2 swords out of her back. So these are physical changes. They're laws of reality, essentially. So
and
so
swords, they're like scorpion tail swords.
Yes, yeah. So like a fishing pole almost with it's described as like a fishing pole with blades on the end, but I always pictured them as full fucking blades.
Well, that's that image that pops up. I just looked at it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's someone's fan art, but it's
it would be.
Oh, it would be.
They almost look like Dr. Octopus arms, but there's blades on the end. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's called a progression fantasy novel because each book is another tier of progression in this universe's rules, if you like. The main characters go through, they advance. They don't always advance in a linear way, but they're always moving in a forward direction. So, yeah. Anyway, well worth reading. Yeah. I think we're up to a break.
I think we are.
Half time.
Hey time.
We'll be right back. Now that we've been really offensive to everyone, we'll be right back.
Hey,
Hey,
I think we're back. I'm not sure.
6 minutes of chatter.
Yeah. Wow. So, yes. Anyway, all right. Let's get into our third beers. What were you going to say, Dan?
Yes. No. I'll leave it alone. It alone. I'm going to go because I'm halfway through. I'm halfway through this one, and they've already heard a partial intro to it. So, and the Newstead Yoho Rum Porter from the Gabs pack, 9.9%, 2.9 standard drinks per this 375ml can. It's another goddamn beer with lactose in it. So, who knows what tomorrow morning is going to hold?
Diarrhea, I believe.
Just be like Boss Nass in episode 1.
Yeah, all the saliva flinging all over this place as well. Rum and raisin goodness, balanced with the rich, complex malt profile, decent molasses. I don't know what decent or decadent. Don't worry, decadent. I can't.
I want to sit with decent molasses. I think that's
I want to see.
decent.
I want to see
that
indecent
subpar molasses today. We went down and got the decent stuff.
I want to see the indecent molasses.
Pleasing bitterness and the sweetness of a pastry stout. It says it's a sipper. One to enjoy while watching the sun set or sunrise. I did originally think this had peated malt in it, but I'm not entirely sure it does. But it's got a smoky character to it, but not the traditional smoke malt,
bacony, smoky
smoked character to it. It could also, if it is been barreled, I don't think it has been barreled, but it's got a nice dry bitterness to it, even though it's got a bit of a tannin bitterness to it, I should say, because it's not dry. It is quite sweet. It's good. It does have that really rounded rum and raisiny character with, that dark sugar. Yeah. Why?
It's not.
What are you
It's
laughing
not.
at, Pete?
I was laughing at the small nuclear bomb that went off in Tom's face while you were talking. Because for a second he just jumped
Flashbang.
like 10.
Jesus. Oh.
Yeah, like 10
Oh.
pigments whiter. He was obviously looking at something on his computer. Sorry about that.
It happened before as well, yeah.
It's not getting it's not that it's getting bad scores on Untapped, but that beer's getting some interesting commentary about huge overburdening roast hits, over the top, can barely taste the rum under it, too roasty for a porter, but and people keep mentioning bananas. Banana
Yeah,
notes.
I could say maybe lolly banana
Maybe.
there, but I mean that comes from that extra sweetness there too.
Mm.
I wouldn't say it's anywhere near over roasty or what was the first one thing you said?
Over the top roastiness.
don't
Huge
think so. It's
overburdening
fucking-
roast hit. But you don't
It's-
need qualifications to put a comment in fucking Untapped, as we know.
9.9%. So you don't if you want to fucking throw almost 10% alcohol in some water, see how much you like that without some overburdened
Some
roasty
malt
hits.
backbone.
Yeah, exactly.
To master
Yeah.
fucking ethanol.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta balance it out somewhere, you fuckhead. Anyway.
What hops did you use? Ethanol. Yeah. So it's vodka.
The good kind.
Actually, just a quick flashback. I'm a bit disappointed in myself because I have one spare beer in my fridge.
Pete,
So
we've
I-
been disappointed in you for years. So finally
it's
you to
fine,
catch up and be disappointed in yourself, it's fine.
That's
It's
my
fine.
jam. That's my
We're
jam.
here
That
for you.
hurt. That hurt here. But no, so I have 5 beers in my fridge and obviously had to pick 4 for tonight. I wish I had read the back of the Beerfarm Botanical Citrus Gose before I cracked it, and I would have picked the other one. Because this was actually made in collaboration with Archie Rose and Maine Liquor. And it's designed to be drank by itself or paired with gin. I really wish
that
I'd
was
known
the
that. 'Cause
Beerfarm.
Yeah. Mix it with Maine
I'll have a
tropical
look
gin
and
for
see
a
if we've
delicious
got any
cocktail.
more, Pete, and put it
Oh,
aside.
please do. Thank you. Because I'd really like. I mean, I love beer as a tonic, as we've talked about before. Was it the Doc's tonic?
Yeah.
It was Doc who made tonic. Yeah, he's come up
Yep.
2 episodes in a row now. Anyway, out of 10. Sorry, out of 5.
Out of 5.
Whoa.
Whoa. That'll fuck his quarter points up if it's out of 10.
No, it won't. It just
Uh,
means he'll have a weird quarter point in there.
3.25? 3.25s. Let's go 3.25.
Cool. Tom?
7.5?
Hmm. No, 6.5. Tom?
Yes.
What beer are you drinking?
Oh, I did that.
Regale us with a tale from your tongue.
Oh, yes. Well, I am drinking my new favorite beer of all time.
How whimsical of you.
I know. From a brewery, I will admit, as much as they are a mainstay in the New South Wales scene, I've never been the biggest fan of or understand why they have so many diehard followers. I think their beers are good, but never blow me out of the water until I stumbled upon the Iron Wizard, which is the Grifter's Cascadian Black Ale.
I thought it looked like a Grifter can.
It is a Grifter can. So these guys are from Marrickville. They're around the corner. And look, the guys are lovely. It's no fault of theirs. It's just, I don't know. I just
would
never
tend
got
to
on.
agree with your characterization. That their beers are okay. Their core range is okay, but it's not.
They make some very good beers. It's just there's this weird cult-like following of Grifter, especially in the inner west, that I've just taken one look at and go, I'm okay.
Yeah, I was going to say they make a good core range, but they're not beers to write home about. They've never really been loud and out there and pushed the boundaries.
No, which is not their style. But the Iron Wizard, they've done a few times over the years, and I'm sure I've had it before. But this is the newest release of it, and my God, I can't get enough of it. So they released it a few weeks ago. We had a farewell for someone from our brewery. We decided to go there, just do something different than our own brew house. Just sitting, it's a 6% Cascadian Dark Ale, so for black IPA for those playing at home. And I just sat on it all night. and have absolutely no recollection of leaving, getting home, where I ended up the next day. When I finally awoke, I was no longer the Iron Wizard. I was the very rusty wizard. But it's for something that is a 6% Cascadian Dark Ale, I find it so moreish. I cannot get enough. And now whenever I see these beautiful, beautiful purple cans, like that is a royal fucking purple. That is a really nice purple. And the design's cool.
Is that a proper
Grim Reaper
printed can or a East Coast canning one? Hey,
No, it's proper.
a proper printed. Nice.
Yeah.
That's
And it's good when it's got a gold lid on it. Look at that. That's just chef's kiss. If I say this now, I'm like, I shouldn't be buying 4-packs of it, but I'm buying 4-packs of it. It's just, I cannot get enough of this beer. It has a really rich roastiness, but it's not palate fatiguing in some weird way. Like, I drink a lot of IPAs, so I know I'm probably a bit more like adept at sitting on them for hours on end. But fuck, I can sit on this for hours on end, and I just obviously become an absolute slobbering mess of an idiot by the end of it. But I've had the best time the entire time. It is casting a spell on me. I'm in love with this beer. That's all. 5 stars.
5. Wow.
5 stars. It is one of the best black IPAs I've had in a long time, and I cannot get enough of it.
Nice.
I'm enamored. I'm engorged. I'm tumescent. Anyone else? Go quickly. I need a cold shower.
What's yours, Pete?
Mine is, I think it's a collab. It is Pinkity Drinkity Raspberry Lemonade Sour by Seeker Brewing, and I believe Principles Brewing. Yeah, 5.5%.
Must have
pink
been part
lemonade
of the collabathon.
I think it was part of the collabathon beers they did.
It is pink lemonade. It's you certainly get the raspberry flavors out of it. Like, they've obviously poured raspberry into it. It's nicely soured. It's not too harsh. It's quite well balanced, actually, to be honest. A little bit puckering, like almost mouth-wateringly sour, but not overtly so. Like, it doesn't feel imbalanced. It's quite sour. And a beautiful color. Like, you probably
is a nice color.
There is a pinkness to it as well.
Yeah,
no, absolutely lovely.
Nice.
I would say
some of both of them.
I would say it's a Berliner Weiss. I almost want a little bit more ABV into it. 5.5%. I mean, it's not a criticism. It's a brilliant beer, but I reckon I could have pushed that to, or they could have pushed it rather. I couldn't have. They could have pushed it to a 6.5, I reckon, without breaking the balance of this beer. But
I've
sometimes,
got this wonderful image now of Pete standing next to the fermenting tank, just with a stick, just going, "Go higher, go higher, ferment more, go higher."
Hey, I've brewed beer before, fucker.
Just walking into the brewery, being like, "I want this to be more ABV. Do more, do more."
Magic wand it. I shouldn't say that I have brewed beer. I have been a part of the beer brewing process. I followed instructions. I poured the things into the thing
that had been
when I was told to. No, I sat there for a good solid few hours with the fucking the burner with the my brain's turned off. The marshmallows, yeah,
marshmallows,
and we poured some stuff into the big tin, the kettle. I went out of my way to fuck it up. Into the cauldron, that's right. I'm going to give that a fucking 4.5. 4.5. It's pretty darn good. Yes. And I do like the name because it's so ridiculous. Pinkity Drinkity Raspberry Lemon Sour.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
See, how long have Seeker been on the business? Because they have been throwing out some fantastic beers.
Yeah, 12 months. Maybe a touch over. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
that's not a long time.
Throwing out some.
Yeah. I went to talk to the guys at Gabs because they were at the fucking bar, and then I was talking to somebody else and turned around and they were fucking gone. So catch them next time.
Well, fuck. Don't like him anymore. Right.
Still do. Love them.
So the rest of this episode shall be dedicated to trailer trash. That's not quite true. But let's move into some trailer trash, shall we?
Yeeth.
So we've got the Geralt and Ciri show up first.
The final season of Witcher.
Womp, 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 womp. It's the Geralt and Ciri show. Coming to you live from
I know. So
why did I say Citadel?
Citadel. There's been a bit of backlash from fans on the season 3 trailer, in that the writer promised towards the end of her thrashing, the head writer, I can't remember her name, but she was getting absolutely thrashed for season 2, and the amount of shit that they rewrote or invented, and then the miniseries was a tragic fucking dumpster fire.
You mean the showrunner?
Yes. I can't remember her name. I feel disrespectful for not.
Hedwig? Lauren Hedwig or something like that?
Yeah, let's go with Hedwig. I'm pretty sure that's a character from Harry Potter, but let's go with that.
That is the owl from Harry Potter.
It's Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich.
Yes, that's definitely Hedwig. Hedwig the owl. Hedwig the owl writes the Witcher TV series.
I got the L and the H right, all right?
There were letters in both, so it was close. Anyway, she was getting smashed for how much material they were inventing, and why couldn't they just do the fucking show that they were paid to do, which was, based off the original source material. She promised that season 3 would be returning to the original source material, and then they are getting thrashed in the media again, that there's obviously strong deviations from the source material in the trailer alone. Now, I'm not qualified to agree or disagree. My comment to you, Dan, was it felt like the same level of tension from Witcher 3, in the sense that that the Wild Hunt is coming. It's all centered around Ciri, and there's just this ongoing race, but no real obvious answer as to what to do. It obviously...
Yeah, and I completely can understand why they are getting grief for not sticking to the source material, but they haven't. Like season 1 was pretty damn close to the short stories. Like I said at the time, they introduced a lot of backstory for Yennefer that wasn't there. Jaskier's a new character. He's the new version of Dandelion. Blah 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 blah. But even Dandelion was the new version of Dandelion, because that wasn't a direct translation of the original Polish. The Dandelion was a change to English when they did it.
Yeah, I read that the other day. I thought that was fascinating. Yeah, that was
And even The Witcher isn't a proper translation. I'm pretty sure it translates to what the original Polish TV series was called was The Hexer. And so The Witcher was actually suggested by one of Sapkowski's friends that would be a better translation to English. So, fuck, man. I mean, they went off script on season 2. Season 2, it had some really good points. It had some bad points. It had some mediocre points. But in the end, this is the story they're telling. In season 3, in the trailer, we get a lot of, and I was saying this to Tom, we get a lot of Geralt and Ciri fighting together. And you don't get that in the books. And that's probably where they're copping the most grief. Like they had a lot of training.
Yes, and her comment. Sorry to cut you off, Dan. Comment that are we witches now? She was never a fucking witcher.
She is. She's the Witcher girl. They literally refer to her in the book as the Witcher girl.
Really? I thought that was a complete new fabrication. She was never actually a witcher.
No, she was trained. She was trained at Camoran. And they comment to her as the Witcher girl, and Geralt even says to her in one of the books. Oh, am I getting the books with the games mixed up? But anyway,
she doesn't. She never goes through the trial of grasses, so she's not transformed.
No. But the females in the books cannot go through the trial of grasses because they just don't. It's only males that can survive the trial of grasses, and And this is why when we got to it in season 2, that was kind of the one that kind of annoyed me the most, because Vesemir knows that the female anatomy cannot survive the trial of grasses. And then he starts. And elder blood was never an ingredient in the trial potion either. So this was all new fabrication for the TV series. So
I must have misunderstood you saying that as Ciri can't be a witcher. I must have misunderstood you when you were explaining that she can't go through the trial of grasses, and it was bullshit.
Okay, well, she can't go through the trial of grasses, but they do. She is classified like Bonnart, who is the main bounty hunter that goes after her for like 3 of the books. That she finally gets the better of at in the final book of the series, calls her the Witcher Girl, and this is we get to see Ciri and Geralt fight together, and we get to see Henry Cavill and is her name Freya?
Yeah, Freya.
What's the actor's name? Yeah.
The reason why they're copying shit, Dan, is because she said, the showrunner said that there is no reason to invent new material for season 3 because there is so much material in Time of Contempt that we don't need to invent material. If anything, we'll have to leave out. She said it will not be a page-for-page reproduction, but there's so much material in that book, and they are talking about Time of Contempt, that they don't need to invent anything. And then in the trailer alone, she has clearly done another fucking backflip. That's what she's getting torn a new asshole for.
It would be very interesting because they're already past the point where they could run with a lot of the stuff that happens in Time of Contempt. Time of Content. Contempt, sorry. There's a lot of I'm pretty sure that's the one where the ball at Aretusa happens. So the ball at the sorceress's stronghold happens. Yennefer's there with Ciri and Geralt, and all of the sorceresses are there. And that is the main. There's a big spoiler here. That is the main point in the book. That is where Geralt and Ciri get split up. And then he spends the next 3 books looking for her. Right. And then they meet up at the end of the books, and then he spends the next 3 games looking for her. So he spends a lot of time looking. But I think they're past that point. I don't think they can probably pull that back now. They've done too much character development around some of the main characters to be able to roll into that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's probably too much time spent on that one.
Yeah. I'm really Tom, you were very quiet during that. Did you have anything else to add?
Look, Dan and I already spoke about it. I obviously always default to him in this subject, but we both agreed that we saw some of the Witcher 3 kill animations being used, which
the head cut off.
There's some quality choreography going on in there, which and this is what Dan has said, and I'll quote him as this: is like, you can probably tell that Cavill had a say in that one. It's like, yes, probably fucking did. Yeah, I would only the only thing I would think, which I is when it comes to showrunners and studios and stuff, I always get a bit like, I always err on the side of like, I can't hate the showrunner that much because you know what studio execs can be like, and they just they will stifle any chance to be authentic if they think it can be more like selling point. It's just all that kind of.
But considering how. I respect what
but they
you're
don't
saying.
care because they're still getting paid their $1 million to make sure the show comes out. So yeah, it's
no. But what I was going to say,
I don't get bogged down in that, but I'm very excited for it. Is I guess all I'm going to say on it. But no, please go say what you're saying.
No, I completely respect what you're saying, and I think that's for the most part that's very true. But Lauren has had no qualms in throwing everyone else under the bus. Every time she's criticized, it's someone else's fault. And then to have her writers come out and say that, the source material is not a Bible, it's more like just a guide, and we don't really... And then the disrespect for the original material that came out of that writing room, the bullshit, the lies around Cavill, the, quiet backroom accusations that he was almost inappropriate without actually calling him inappropriate, and then they walked that back. I don't think it's studio execs, man. She would have thrown if she was trying to stick to the source material and it was someone upstairs telling her to do something. I don't think she would have sat on that. I think she would have exposed that by now. So
I don't know, man. Yeah,
I got to disagree with you there.
Yeah, I don't think we should get bogged down on that. But yeah, look, I'm looking at it purely from a trailer perspective. There are some great things I saw in there.
I'm going to watch season 3. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, 100%. I think we all are. But it's just like,
got the roly-poly centipede. Roly-poly centipede.
Yeah, but I do intend, and I will suffer for it, and I recognize that. But I do at this point intend to vote with my feet at the end of season 3. I do not agree with them recasting Geralt so much that I don't intend to watch season 4. They should have just made Liam.
Is it Liam Hemsworth? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Liam.
They should have just made him another fucking Witcher. There were so many other plot devices they could have and should have used without spoiling the good stuff that they have established in the show. Because it's not. I'm not saying it's an irredeemable pile of shit other than the miniseries. I'll be voting with my feet at the end of season 3.
No, that's fair. And you can do exactly that. And I will probably watch season 4, and maybe I'll be the only one on this, and I can report back and whether you guys actually then take it as you want to have a watch of it. And this is not an attack on you, Peter, but I find like just going on about that whole like we could go another Witcher, and Dan can probably correct me on this, but I feel like that's like the only thing I see with that is just what you were just talking about is in like deviating from the source material. And because I don't know, and this is where I want Dan to correct me, is how much other source material and other witches there are besides what we kind of like see flashes of in the game, and if there is enough story content there for Liam to be another Witcher.
No, there is other witches there. You've got the 3 that you see in the game from the Wolf School. Well, plus the other schools, but
and the Snake School. Snake?
If they Viper. If they hadn't have lent so hard into we're sticking to the source material and just said, if they had gone, okay, we are definitely injecting some of our own stuff into this, but you know what? It's good. It's not going to be, and to go with an old term here, your granddaddy's Witcher. It's if they lent into that a little bit more, and then they could have. And this is what I said in our chat from the very beginning, that if they sent Geralt off with the Wild Hunt and then paid Cavill a stupid amount of money to come back for season 6, rolled season 4, season 5, Liam Hemsworth, different Witcher. He's pretty lithe. So lithe is the right term in
lithe
comparison
is the right
to
term.
Cavill, throw him in as a School of the Cat, throw him in as an elf Witcher from the School of the Cat. Different fighting style. Ciri, this new Witcher, and Yennefer on their search through the realms for the Wild Hunt and Geralt. Bring Cavill back at the end for a big climactic fight with the Wild Hunt. Like do a few episodes there, throw a whole bunch of money at Cavill to get him back, and go a different route. The story, you've already deviated from the main source material. Lean into it.
Yeah, but it's not even lean into it, Dan. I think it's more fess up. Just admit
fess up and lean into it. Yeah,
just admit. Yeah, you said you were going to stay true to the material. You didn't. Shit happens. Okay, now we're going to invent a whole new Witcher and lean into our rights. We own the property. We have a right to invent new material. And as long as it's done respectfully for the universe, I think fans would have received that better.
Completely agree. Yeah.
Than recasting Geralt.
But they can't now. They
but at the same time, if they've gone that route, they wouldn't have been getting rid of Cavill. Like, you know, that's
no. They could have written Geralt out of the focus for the Witcher TV series. There's creative ways they could have done that. He could have been kidnapped. He could be off with the Wild Hunt, as Dan said, and he may never come back.
Geralt's not the focus in the books, though. Even though he is the titular character, it is Ciri's story. Ciri, there is like I agree with baptism. You on that. Baptism of fire is about Ciri telling an old man in the cabin about her time with the rats, which they're doing a spin-off, about her time with this little group of teenage bandits, the rats, and Geralt's hardly in it. He does get his Geralt of Rivia name in that book, I'm pretty sure. But he's only in it for like 2 chapters, and it's her telling this entire story. And it's like there's so many ways they can do this. So, but
Anyway.
I mean, I'll definitely give Liam a go. I'll if season 3 is good, I'll give him a go because it's not worth chastising him for somebody else's.
Oh, this has nothing to do with him. My opinion on that, the topic's got nothing to do with my thoughts on him.
But it is going to reflect.
He's a good actor doing a job.
Mm.
I just think the series if their numbers don't drop, then they don't get the message they should have. I think they need, and that is, do not tell your fans you are going to stay true to the material. If you don't, then stay true. There needs to be integrity, and we've had some integrity issues in Hollywood quite recently, across quite a lot of different aspects. I mean, we're going to talk about The Flash in a couple of episodes' time, for example. You know, every time somebody's even accused of wrongdoing when it comes to certain types of behavior, they're cancelled, right? So there is an integrity issue in what we're consuming on TV. And this is another kind of integrity issue. It's not nearly as serious as domestic violence or you know, sexual inappropriate behavior. We've had careers ended, and then cases have been fucking dropped, and there's no repercussions there. So the guy from Rick and Morty, that whole case was dropped like 2 months after it was started, yet he still had to step down as CEO. Yeah. They dropped the case because there was no fucking evidence. I haven't looked into it, so I haven't formed an opinion, and I don't really feel like I have a right to an opinion on it anyway. But this is another form of integrity. If you tell your fan base you're going to do something, then do it. If you don't do it, then at least tell your fan base, mea culpa, you know, shit changed. Don't just keep steamrolling through like you never said it. Anyway. We've spent way too long on that topic, although it was probably very predictable that we would. Good Omens Season 2, I am fucking chuffed that they're doing this, because this is a series, like what you said before about Emma rewatching Witcher over and over again. I've watched the Good Omens Season 1 series maybe 7 times.
Wow. That's actually super impressive.
But it's not that many episodes. It's not that long. But it is one of the funniest.
It's fantastic. It's a fantastic series. I'm just wow. That's no. I'm actually honestly impressed. I think that's a fantastic effort.
I think I've watched it end to end. I've introduced it to at least 2 girlfriends and watched it end to end while they experienced it for the first time, which gives me so much joy watching people watch something for the first time that I fucking love. Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett are 2 of they are amongst the most talented writers that we currently have, in my opinion. In recent times, yes, Terry has passed on, but and then David Tennant and Michael Sheen are just fucking brilliant actors. And whoever came up with the idea of thrusting those 2 into the same TV series needs a fucking medal.
Well, no, the whole thing is because they're best mates.
Oh, I don't know that they were best mates before all of this, because they did that weird series during COVID lockdown.
Yeah, no, they've I think they've been mates for a while through the theater scene in London.
Okay. There's just so much chemistry that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's a natural thing for two fucking idiots like them to be just shack up together, basically, you know, as best mates.
2 people from the UK but aren't English, because Michael Sheen's Welsh and David Tennant's Scottish.
I said, it's UK, it's United Kingdom. Yeah, I know. It's all of them, isn't it? We don't tell them that. Don't tell the Scottish that.
I never said that you said anything wrong, but no, I'm so happy they did Season 2, because it's been a few years since Season 1. Been a good few years. So I wasn't convinced.
It was a brilliantly done series. Like I've never read the source material. Calm down.
Nor have I.
But it feels, having read Pratchett before and Gaiman before separately and never together, but haven't read one of their books together. But like the idea of seeing those 2 separate worlds come together, it's like, oh shit, yeah, this is that come to life, 100%.
Is it close to the book, Stan?
I've only watched 2 episodes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Next one, I think we'll blitz through these because we do need to catch up on some time. So, Sympathy for the Devil, written by Yuval Adler, who I didn't see had done much.
I didn't watch these because I'm a dumb fuck.
I didn't watch them either, but I'm very interested in Sympathy for the Devil. Yeah.
Yeah, so Sympathy for the Devil, Nick Cage and Joel Kinnaman. So Joel Kinnaman was the first sleeve star
Takeshi
in
Kovacs.
Altered Carbon. Yeah. That's right. And so Nick Cage, I put together from the trailer, he is the devil, but he kidnaps Joel Kinnaman's character and basically makes Joel drive around at gunpoint. So it kind of reminds me of that other movie that I just
Tom Cruise
described.
one?
Yeah.
Collateral.
Yeah, Collateral. That's it.
Collateral.
Thank
That
you. It
was
was on
it.
the tip of my tongue. It kind of reminded me of that in that sense, but it looks like Nick Cage's character is literally just there to torture the fuck sticks out of Joel Kinnaman.
And
the whole trailer
excellent.
is just,
Excellent.
it's at least as crazy as seeing Nick Cage in Summerfest, which we'll talk about later on. He did a collab with something.
Yeah, he's in that.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
Dead by Daylight. Yep.
Yeah, but his presentation in Summerfest was just fucking bizarre.
Yep.
He's a nutty character, a nutty person in real life, and Nick Cage is really.
Did you guys watch the all-encompassing? What's the film he was in with Pedro Pascal? Have you guys watched that yet?
Unbelievable Talent or something like that.
Unbearable
the something weight, the unbearable weight of
Yeah.
Have you guys watched it yet?
No, not
You
yet.
need to. It is one of the greatest films in the last couple of years.
Really?
It's so good. Oh,
Unbearable weight of
it's
massive talent. That's what it is.
It's so cooked, but so funny and so perfect. And it's one of the greatest films Emma and I have watched recently. We were hooked from end to end. They just have. You can tell they're just having so much fun with each other.
I skipped it because I was worried it was going to be another one of those Who Killed Pauly Shore kind of end of career fucking movies.
No, it's so self-aware. It's
cool.
Like,
but Nick Cage strikes.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No. You were about to say exactly what I was trying to say.
No. I don't think I was. Nick Cage strikes me as the sort of character that almost left Hollywood and has just been focusing on projects that he can connect with artistically. And he's a little bit.
No, that's
out
exactly
there.
what I was about to say. That's exactly his character in that thing. Yeah, it's him making a parody of himself, but at the same time, like
doing it seriously as well.
Doing it seriously, but also at the same time, like kind of like self-praising. Like, it's very, very brilliant. Yeah.
So it sounds very meta.
Treat
I'll have
yourselves.
to check it out.
Treat your bloody selves.
Next one just looks like a buddy cop film, and one that I'm going to fucking watch. So Hidden Strike, directed by Scott Waugh, who did Need for Speed, Triple X, and a few other things, starring Jackie Chan and John Cena.
Triple X. Oh.
Yeah, I know. But Need for Speed,
wow.
also not that great. But Jackie Chan and John Cena, that's an interesting pair up. No. And some of the shit that you see in and it's got an interesting background. So Hidden Strike's set in the near future where we are at oil wars. So obviously the world's supply of oil is dwindling, and now stealing oil is a thing. And so this is supposed to be the world's biggest oil heist. That's what the center of the film is about.
It's now starting to sound like a Fast and Furious film.
It kind of is. And then the last trailer.
I've been on mute.
You have been on mute.
Continue.
Do you want to go back and say something?
No.
I'm watching the preview trailer on IMDb right now as we're talking about it, and it really just feels like a mix of Mad Max and Fast and the Furious, and I think I might be excited.
It's not a film to take seriously, but to me it looks like
absolutely not.
It looks like a popcorn buddy cop martial arts film. It's the modern martial arts film. You never took that seriously.
I'm gonna drink like 8 Iron Wizards and then watch that.
It might be a 420 film. I don't know, but some of the scenes with John Cena and Jackie Chan are pretty funny. They've clearly got chemistry, which I wouldn't have picked if you told me. Anyway, and
John Cena's a very charismatic man.
He is.
I've watched a lot of interviews of him. Yeah.
Yeah, John Cena is very self-aware in a lot of the stuff that I've seen.
You can't see him. Can't see him.
The last trailer is Killers of the Flower Moon. Now, this is based on a true story set in the 20s of The Mysterious Murders of a Tribe of Indians, Native Indians in America. Directed by Martin Scorsese, so you already know it's going to be a magical film, and starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert De Niro, and Lily Gladstone, and a lot of Native American
Fraser.
And Brendan Fraser, yes, he it's almost a cameo in the trailer, but it's so fucking good to see him in the second movie so soon after The Whale. Sorry, the cats are fucking fighting with each other over the beds. So obviously he's back in Hollywood. That wasn't just a one-off. I'm very glad to see him in another film. This looks brilliant. This reminds me of Django Unchained in the sense of the kind of it's going to deal with racism, just a different kind of racism.
Yeah.
So this is about
26 minutes though. Oof. Scorsese. He should be directing our podcast episodes by the sounds of things.
We might. I don't even know what to say to that.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever said. I'm going to call that on myself. I'm going to give myself the red card and show myself out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a happy film. Obviously,
no, it's a Scorsese film. It's never going to be a happy film.
Well, yeah,
I still haven't seen The Revenant.
Oh, it's really fucking good, Dan.
I know. I want to watch it. I just haven't watched it.
Yeah, it took me 2 attempts because I think we put it on. I know which.
Why would you be watching The Revenant when you're talking about Scorsese?
Is that not a Scorsese movie? Revenant?
Nope. Leonardo DiCaprio.
It's a DiCaprio.
Who directed? Oh, I thought he did that with Scorsese. Is Departed the only one he's done with Scorsese?
Wolf of Wall Street, Departed. Shutter Island, was that him?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was. He's on the poster. Look at that.
Who directed? Yeah, well, he was in Shutter Island. That was a Scorsese movie.
That's Scorsese. Scorsese did that.
Alejandro G. Inarritu.
That was the Revenant.
Spanish person. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I stand corrected.
Anyway, let's move the fuck on. That's the end of trailer.
Also, in a very confusing thing, if you type in Martin Scorsese movies into Google and it brings up this whole list, one of them is A Shark Tale. Let me assure you, he did not direct that.
But I would pay money to see A Shark Tale.
But he did voice a character in it because that just threw me for an absolute fucking loop.
A Shark Tale, a kids' film directed by Scorsese. That would be brilliant. All right.
Oh god.
Let's move on to our spotlight of this episode.
Should we do a fourth beer before we do a thingy?
Yes.
Tom wants to do a fourth beer
episode. Might be a 5 beer episode.
The turtles are coming.
Okay.
Nigel Thornberry, come on.
Oh, Jesus. Did you guys? I'm so glad that was caught on film. I just made myself jump 3 feet out of my fucking seat. I accidentally hit play on an IMDb trailer, and it starts with a fucking boom. Yeah, but it's almost like a gunshot as the opening sound.
Was it Oppenheimer?
Scared the shit out of myself.
Start a bootleg copy of Oppenheimer where the volume's up to 20,000.
I actually don't even know what it is. Oh, it's the Revenant trailer.
Tom's already poured his next beer. I
got to go get my next beer.
I might do a 5th beer. I'm feeling saucy.
I'm regretting my 4th beer, so I might do a 5th beer.
Can you write it down while I go get my 4th, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
It is Range Brewing's Midnight Sun Red IPA because I make good decisions, Dan. Yes, that's a personal attack on you. This is a rich and hoppy red IPA brewed with a succulent combination of El Dorado, Simcoe, Galaxy Flowers, and Vic's Secret hops. I'm guessing
I'm not writing all that.
You don't have to.
What's the ABV?
ABV is 7. I'm guessing if they're putting Galaxy Flowers on a label, they are indicating they're using whole hop cones, or
yeah, well, you would imagine so. Why would you? Why would you put it on there if you weren't using it?
Look at it; it's cool artwork.
Yeah, it is a very nice label.
Yeah,
I've had that beer.
Have you?
I have.
Well, fucking lucky you, because it's delicious.
It is delicious.
Look at this beautiful baby boy.
Is it a red IPA or a red ale?
Red IPA, 7%. 7%. Nice, delicious, malty caramel toffee goodness. Really big, punchy hop note right at the front, especially in the aroma, and lingers all the way through. This is, as good King Wenceslas once said, dangerously quaffable.
Good to know.
Good. No one's going to call me on that quote because that is a complete fabrication. This is brilliant. This is clearly, Range love an IPA. They're very, very good at brewing those, and it's nice to see this though with a nice red malt background. Now, smack this on some dark black malts, and then call me daddy.
Ooh.
Now ruin that can, but that was worth it. Yes, this is delicious. I'm going to give this a solid 4.5.
Nice.
Actually, I want to see if they say anything about using whole hop cones when they say Galaxy Flowers. Enhance.
Yes.
Someone else go.
Why anybody use whole flowers these days is fucking beyond me. They're such a pain in the rear. But anyway.
What are you glad you were elected not to swear
we were
Dan?
talking about that with fresh hops, weren't we? That was
fresh hops, but even like any sort of hop flowers. I mean, you get 5 kilos of hop flowers compared to 5 kilos of pellets, and the box is literally 3 to 4 times the size. Like, you need a hop back, or you need. We once did it with flowers, and we put the flowers into the lauter tun. So the lauter tun, for those playing at home, is where you separate the grain from the sugary goodness that will become your beer. So we put all the flowers into the lauter tun, pumped the wort from the kettle into the lauter tun, turned the rakes on, stirred that all up for a good 10 minutes, and then drained the wort back to the kettle to whirlpool it and run to the fermenter. So it's such a pain in the rear if you don't have the right equipment to do it. I mean, you can use bags and all that sort of shit, and it's just painful.
So it says here that a brand new red IPA that's been brewed with big bittering additions of Columbus, a touch of midnight wheat, and conditioned on Galaxy hop flowers.
Oh, conditioned on flowers. Okay.
Loaded then with Simcoe, Eldorado, and Vic Secret in the dry hop. Yeah, I mean, it's got a nice, that bitterness has just started to come through, though. Like,
they've probably done something similar. They've probably put the flowers in the lauter tun and maybe even done the run off to the fermenter straight from the lauter, not from the kettle.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting concept.
Now I'm getting that, like, now it's on that second, third sip, it's that that bitter toffiness is really coming through nicely, and there's a nice underlay of citrus coming. That's what did I give it?
4.5.
Oh, that stays. Okay, well done, Tom. Very good, as you were. Next, anyone?
Shall I go, Dan? Is that all right?
I don't know. I'm having inner turmoil for liking this beer and not hating it. So I hate myself for liking it.
Okay, so you want to go next? Is that what you're saying?
No. I need to let my black
Someone
dog and my white dog inside me
in the
fight.
next 10 seconds, or I am
I
canceling.
was asking Dan if it was okay if I went next, and I got that speech in response. It didn't sound like an answer. I have fucking who makes this fucking beer? Landon Sea Brewery, Mango Sour. Very, very simple.
Oh, they're the new one. Oh, I really want to know what you think about that one. They're the new guys we got in.
It's
where are they? Thomas?
Where are they?
That's all right. I'll look it up.
I'm already looking it up.
He was stalling.
He was stalling.
It's another Berliner Weiss.
Noosa.
It's a little.
Yeah, it's my hometown. Not quite, but it's close enough.
It's not bad. I did notice when I was pouring it because it's quite a cloudy, pale yellow. It's a lot paler in reality than it appears on camera. I did notice at the end of the pour, though, a chunk of sediment came out of the bottom of the can, which I found interesting. I found interesting being a Berliner Weiss. I didn't expect there to be any kind of sediment. I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation, but it was certainly my expectation.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly has a lot of mango on the nose, and it does have mango flavor. We've said before on the podcast, mango is it's quite a light flavor to start with, right? So unless you overdo it, it's hard to get the right balance where it's not too light and it's not too heavy. Like I get the impression mango would tip very quickly into the too heavy category and start to taste synthetic. These guys have actually brewed it with real mangoes, fermented with fresh mangoes. Berliner Weiss style kettle sour. It's okay. It's a little on the thin side, not terribly so, but it is only a 4-point-something% from memory. I'm going to guess. Did I just completely fucking make that up?
I don't know, mate. The can's in your hand.
It's 0.9 standard drinks and it's a small can. Oh no, it's 3%. That's why it's thin. It's not too thin. It's not horribly thin, but that would be why. It's only 3%.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I'm actually fucking.
I mean, that sounds like it's
impressed.
probably perfect for a Noosa summer. A 3% mango sour, like you would throw those back like it's nobody's business.
I'm actually more impressed now that I know how light it is ABV wise. Yeah, but like I said, perfect mango levels in it. So I am going to give that a 4 because it's well made. It's just it's not. A mango sour is not a beer that I'm going to get excited about, if that makes sense, no matter how well made it is.
Yeah.
Because you don't like mangoes?
Because mango as a beer, as a fruit to put in a beer is never going to be something that excites me.
Okay.
It's just an opinion.
I mean, that's fair. No, that's fair. There's nothing wrong with that. I was just curious.
Yeah. Dan?
Well, I'm going to have to eat my words, aren't I? Because the one that I was the least excited about in this Gabs pack was this Green Beacon fucking cruiser.
Fucking told you.
Collaboration, Lush Guava.
It's because you're a basic bitch.
Oh, shut up. It's really nice. It's a really nice guava sour. It's definitely the best one I've tried out of this abomination of a Gabs. I shouldn't say that. That was really mean of me. I didn't mean that. That was
it's all right. I'm going to back up his comment on that. It's an abomination of a pack. Yeah. You're all dogs. You're all dogs.
I did not mean that whatsoever. It was
you didn't get to try, did you?
It was set out of disappointment and spite.
Dan, you didn't get to try the Green Beacon.
That, Dan.
Yeah.
Shut up, the both of you. The Green Beacon 10th birthday beers they did. Did you get to try any of the 4 they did for that?
No.
They did a guava sour for that. It was over summer as well, and it was almost near perfect. It went so well. So good to see they've doubled down on that because it worked really well for them as a limited birthday release to then bring it back as a your booty's too gabalicious beer. Like
it shouldn't be. Well, I mean, I would say they have made changes to this just because that is the Gabs conditions.
Oh, I'm sure they have. Yeah,
because it
definitely wasn't
a
cruiser style before. Yeah.
It's great. It's really nice. It's really refreshing. The guava's really the hero of the product. And is a really nice flavor and is all very complementary to the rest of the beer they've made. It's got a nice tartness to it. It's really dry, unlike all of the other beers I've had tonight have all had lactose in them, I think. No, maybe the Unicorn didn't, but the Sherby sherbety lolliness of that first one, and then the lactose in the other two. This is definitely cutting through all of that, and I'm still grappling with myself that I like something that literally has cruiser written on the front of it.
Didn't Green Beacon get bought this last year or so?
Yes.
Green Beacon are part of CUB. Yeah.
Yeah. So good job, guys. That was a good one. It was definitely a good one to do it in that order too, and cut through all that sugar. Let's go 4.25.
Okay, good score. The timeth hath come.
It has.
Tom, do you want to introduce this topic?
Well, there comes a time in every man's life when Games Fest rolls around. It's summer in America, which means that all the studios and producers and developers and all those guys get together in sweaty halls, and I don't know what they do together, but they probably do a bunch of naughtiness. And
I'm never going to ask you to introduce a spotlight again.
You're most welcome. Honestly, I hadn't prepared anything. I spent everything talking about your grocery list. All my improvs went out the window. No, so it's been the month of game showcases. This used to be E3.
It's the not E3.
E3 is dead. E3 is dead. It has been absolutely just pinned to the ground, double tapped to the head. See you later. You're not coming back. Fuck you. Instead, now we have a lot of individual showcases for studios or developers.
Which is what E3 ended up being at the end anyway.
Basically, yeah. So the death blow for E3 was in the last 2 years. Obviously, COVID was the start of the fall. And then it was really a bit earlier in the year. And we talked about it. It was PlayStation pulled out, Xbox pulled out, and then Nintendo pulled out. And once the big three, that is your Captain America, your Iron Man, and your Thor. Once those three pull out, then there's no chance that your studio's going ahead. Your Avengers have crumbled. There is no hope for humanity. Thanos is going to destroy the world.
I'm going to pee. So you two continue.
Go.
That's what happened to E3. Yeah.
I also think E3 started to go downhill a little before that. We covered E3 every year for a while. And we just hit like 2 or 3 years in a row where there was nothing interesting to fucking talk about at E3. That's what killed it.
Literally, I think it was like 2017, 18, that kind of time period.
That
maybe
was
a bit
probably
later.
The start of the swan dive, but the year that they did the trailer for Beyond Good and Evil 2, that was the last year where there was a decent game.
Now you're starting to sound like me with Star Wars 1313. We keep bringing that one up.
Well, it's not a Duke Nukem Forever. It's just it's just known that it just sticks in my mind as that was a year where there were some good trailers, and then everything after that was crap.
Yeah,
it was about the same time that Destiny. Destiny. What was the fucking post-apocalyptic America first-person shooter we were all excited about, and it ended up being a complete fucking train wreck?
Destiny was the one.
Division.
Oh, Division. That was a bit later than Destiny. Yeah, it's about that time. It's about that time.
Yes.
Yeah. So for those who've never heard of it or have no like real connection to it, so E3 used to be the big. You waited every year for E3, from the
to see what games are in development.
Yeah, like mid 2000s, early to mid 2000s, up until the mid 2010s, and probably a little bit in towards the end of the 2010s. E3 time was you got up at 3 a.m. in Australia and you watched this 3 to 4 hour presentation and you just absorbed everything. You watched every trailer, you got super hyped, and then the next morning after you had a couple of hours sleep, depending what games you were really excited about, you ran to your local EB and you put a $10 pre-order down just to be like, I want that game. I'm hyped. It was also that peak of that the gaming hype culture as well. It really centered around that, which
there was two, and to be honest, Summerfest or Summer Games Fest or whatever it's technically called.
Summer Games Fest, yeah.
And all the other conferences that we just finished watching is very similar to E3 in the sense that it gives you two main categories of game information. The first is alpha footage or beta footage. So actual trailers and in-game footage for games that will be released probably this year, and then announcements for games that have just entered development and are likely to be released next year. That's what E3 was always about. It was always about those kind of two categories. This is the shit you'll be buying this Christmas, and this is the shit that you will hopefully be buying next Christmas.
100%. But also, I found E3 was also really, when they were doing their announcements, they were starting to, especially this might have been the downfall. And if you talk about Beyond Good and Evil 2, it was the we actually don't have anything announced this.
Yeah, so we're just going to make some
next
shit up.
year. Let's grapple for something that we think is like 2 or 3 years away. And so they started future promising too much, and I think that was also a big start of their downfall.
So our spotlight, sorry, to bring us back to point. Sorry, Dan.
Let's come back. Yeah.
No. Go. We don't need to get bogged down in Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Oh no, that was just a landmark for me to mention. That's all.
Yeah.
So our spotlight topic is to cover all of the games that piqued our interest that were presented in primarily in 3 conferences that just came out.
So
Summer Games Fest, the Ubisoft Forward, which is their name of their conference, the Xbox. I can't remember what it's called, but the Xbox conference. And what was the fourth one?
PlayStation Showcase.
And the PlayStation Showcase.
You've just almost labeled them in reverse order of the way they came out, which is kind of funny. So PlayStation came first, and then Summer Games Fest, Xbox Showcase, and then followed up by the Ubisoft Forward. There were a couple of other fests. Fuck, I hate that word right now. There were a couple of showcases in there. So there was a MetaQuest one, which is all about VR titles. There was a Capcom one, which really, I looked into it. It didn't show anything that wasn't shown in any of the other ones. In fact, they just used some of the same trailers. So that's pretty,
By the time I got through, so I watched them in reverse order then. So I watched Summerfest first, then Ubisoft, then Xbox, then PlayStation Showcase. And by the time I got to the PlayStation Showcase, there was nothing I hadn't already seen. There was better.
You almost don't actually, you almost watched them in like a Tarantino order there. That wasn't quite reverse, but it was almost a Tarantino order.
I mean, the footage from Star Wars Outlaws was better in the PlayStation Showcase than it was in the other one that I'd seen it in. I don't even remember what it was, but anyway, it wasn't in the
PlayStation Showcase. Xbox.
Oh, right, okay. So we're not going to be able to talk about every game.
Pete also watched these all in like one night. So they probably all mashed together. So this is going to be great because he's going to say
the conferences were all mashed, but I took fucking 3 pages of notes. Like I have no intention of talking about all of it.
Let's get started then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Star Wars Outlaws then. To get that off
No. Star Wars Outlaws is last. AC Mirage and Outlaws is last. Spider-Man. Go by the run sheet, Thomas. We put these in the fucking order.
So we don't get bogged down.
We're doing Tarantino order now. Pete's story.
Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2.
You talk about Spider-Man 2 because I haven't watched it. Yeah, that's what I thought too. So.
I mean, I really enjoyed the first game. I still haven't really gotten into the Miles Morales sequel, kind of. But I'm looking forward to Spider-Man 2. There's some conjecture about which version of the symbiote is, or which
it's
version
not Eddie Brock. It's not Eddie Brock.
No, it's not.
They
Eddie
came
Brock.
out and said
it's definitely not. Yeah,
no Eddie Brock.
Which version of him it will be, but we also get Spider-Man in the symbiote suit, which was where it all started.
And I'm really excited about
suit,
that, which is cool. Yeah, and
it's actually really cool. To the comic run.
Did you have you looked at the really close-up picture of it? It almost looks like plate armor. Like the way they've designed it, it's like plate armor, and then like under his arms, it's like all sinewy and stuff. And there is a line.
See that, no.
There is a line along his jaw when he's in his Spider-Man black suit. So you think he might actually like open his mouth and do the Venom mouth.
Yeah, right.
If that happens, that'd be so fucking sick. So the best thing about this that they've announced so far is that the size of, so in the first Marvel Spider-Man game you got on the PlayStation, it was just Manhattan. They've now extended it definitely to Queens, probably some of the other boroughs as well. So it's really expanded New York. You do get the wingsuit Spider-Man wings, web wings.
They said that fast travel's a lot. Well, travel across the larger map is a lot faster because of the wingsuit.
Yeah, the web wings.
Yep.
Yes, you get to switch at any point between Miles and Peter as well,
Which I think is
is
fucking
really cool.
Yeah.
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 They definitely have different abilities. So yeah, it's an improvement on what I found to be an exceptional game. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm super excited for it. When will this be released online? Because this might not be valid information.
I didn't. When will this episode be released?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna aim for tomorrow, man. Tomorrow night.
Okay, cool. If you're listening to this fresh tomorrow and you get to this point before 10 a.m. on Friday, the 16th of June, you can pre-order pre-orders open at 10 a.m. on the 16th of June. There is a collector's edition that's probably worth a couple of $100, but it's got a giant Venom versus Peter and Miles statue that I will definitely be trying to pre-order.
I'm fucking ordering that shit.
I'll send you the link.
It's the one thing that's missing from my. I've actually got one slot. I've got one slot left in my.
It's a cool
display
statue,
cabinets.
Dan. Don't make fun of my statues, okay?
There's one.
I have no problem with statues. Absolutely none at all.
It was just the interaction there. No, there was one. There's one slot left in my display cabinet, and I've been thinking the one thing that's missing is my favorite comic character growing up, Spider-Man. It's missing from.
It's a cool looking one too. I'll send you send you both the view of it. Yeah, but
yeah, cool.
Yeah, it looks really good. And then Craven the Hunter's the other main villain. At least they've shown so far.
Yep. Yeah. Next one, Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. I didn't play
super interesting.
Yeah, I didn't play
I think so too.
recent Prince of Persia games. I played the original Amiga ones.
All of them. I've played every Prince of Persia.
I didn't play through the Forgotten Sands. I think is the one I got halfway through, and then
Sands of Time.
No, so Sands of Times. Then there was the Warrior Within, and then there was the other one. The Warrior Within was the really metal one. I remember that.
Yeah, with the Godsmack song. Every time the
the super metal soundtrack.
The Duhaka was the evil sand monster that would chase you and you couldn't defeat it. So every time he came out, the start of the Godsmack song would play, and the same song that was in the Scorpion King, and you would have to run away from the Duhaka.
So the last time I played a Prince of Persia game was the original 1989 game, and it would have been on the Commodore 64, I want to say.
Yeah.
I remember having it on a Macintosh at one point.
It came out... it would have been an Amiga. Sorry. Just looking at it now. October 1990 on the Amiga.
This is going back to that with that 2.5D side-scroller kind of feel. Yeah.
So
it looks so polished, the footage.
I think the Prince of Persia, even though the original they always said was 2D, I reckon those Prince of Persias were the original 2.5Ds. There was depth to those side scrollers because it was a slight offset perspective, so you could see the tiles and that. So it was definitely a 2.5. It wasn't just a 2D. So it was well before its time. That was my first PC game, was Prince of Persia.
It's considered to be a cinematic platform game. It's the genre category that it fits into.
This new one,
sense, yeah.
No, the original.
Yeah,
and
I'd agree.
The graphics are the same as International Karate. I don't know if that rings any bells for anyone, but that was
yeah. On the mat, you would go forward, but it was definitely a 2-dimensional game because there was no depth to anything.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to. Yeah. I hope it's true to the original. Yeah. Because it was a puzzle game. You had to think about how you were going to get through each level. And yes, there was some fighting. There was some Twitch-based combat. But for the most part, it was about navigating a large...
fucking spike traps is what you have to do.
Gripper room. Getting the perfect timing for your run jump. Next one I wrote down was called Crossfire Sierra Squad. Sorry, I'm going to push us through these pretty quickly so we can get to the two big ones at the end, but slow me down if you need to.
I really want you to talk about I think it might be good if you talked about all the VR
games?
ones in one hit. No, all VR ones in one hit.
I want to separate them for a reason. But what was the other
Okay,
VR
then you
one
do
that you would?
I will go
Other than
myself.
No. So other than AC
In a nice
Nexus, what was the other one that you were talking? What other VR?
Arizona
games?
Sunshine 2?
Yeah, okay. I can do that.
Yep.
So
As the VR expert in the room.
Well, not expert, just the only one that owns VR. That doesn't make me an expert. Crossfire Sierra Squad is a I'm excited about this because it is a 2-player co-op first-person shooter VR game. The first of its kind, certainly to PSVR 2.
Say that one more time.
So it's a first-person shooter. So it's a gun game, but it's 2-player co-op.
Yeah, let's get all of these acronyms in one side.
Yeah, there was a lot of that
one
thing.
sentence.
It's
a VR FPS co-op.
Yes.
MMORPG.
WTF BBQ.
Yes.
I just like the fact that like so for a start, it's the first co-op VR game that I've ever heard of. It's certainly the first one for PSVR 2. And if they continue doing that, that's pretty fucking exciting.
Your other one wasn't co-op? The other World War II
Arizona
one
Sunshine?
No, the last one you were playing.
No, it's a team-based game like Counter-Strike, but it's not a narrative-driven co-op game. This seems more like Army of Two.
So it's not a co-op PvE.
Army of Two, that's a throwback right there.
Fuck off, Dan. Just throwing bombs. The other thing that I thought was cool was
Army of Two. Also, wait, Army of Two was a fucking excellent game.
There we go.
I knew that it'd hook at some point. I never played that. You and Chris played that, I think.
I played that. I played it solo. It was great. Yeah. Anyway, Crossfire Sierra Squad.
The only other thing I'll say about Crossfire Sierra Squad is they are doing what I said I had hoped that they would do with PSVR 2, and that is they have co-developed this. They've developed this for Meta Quest and PSVR 2. If they continue developing games that are cross-platform between PC VR and PlayStation VR, we get access to a much greater catalog and much more investment into VR technology and VR games. It's a good thing.
So it is. Have they said it's cross-play?
It's not so much that.
Oh, it's just cross-developed.
They haven't said. It was just cross-developed.
Okay.
If PSVR 2 gets every title that is developed for Meta Quest, then PSVR 2 will be more successful than PSVR 1.
Yeah.
Having said that, which is why I've separated AC Nexus so damn much from that list because they went the opposite direction. Next one was Arizona. Where's my notes?
Arizona Sunshine 2.
Problem is,
this one just looks super fun.
Fallout
like
meets
zombies,
Resident Evil in fucking VR is what I wrote down.
In Los Angeles, on the beach.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this.
This was the desert, wasn't it? This was the desert. This was like...
Oh, Arizona.
Yeah, it was desert. But
Vegas?
Don't know. All I wrote down was
if it's Arizona, it's in the desert. It's not on the beach.
Yeah. All I wrote down was Fallout meets Resident Evil in fucking VR.
Sand.
And I'm in. Yeah, sand. Red sand.
Gets everywhere. Of course. Right. No, sorry.
Space Marine 2, we've talked about. We got another trailer for it. It's more cool. Yes, please. Hurry up and release so I can buy it.
Interestingly enough, 3-player co-op.
I didn't see that.
Yes, it's the main campaign is interestingly 3-player co-op.
Oh, can I
hint, nudge, nudge?
Can I be the third?
I've never heard of it. You can be the meat in the sandwich, mate. I've never heard of it. It's a perfect game for that too.
Give Tom the chainsword.
Yeah, because we're outnumbered 1,000 to 1.
Give Tom the chainsaw. Yeah,
I'm super looking forward to that. So,
looks good.
This is the one we've seen a few trailers for, was it? I didn't actually see this one come through. I think I must have missed this one.
Yeah, so it's a new trailer, more Tyranids, and the sense of scale. This trailer focuses on the sense of scale, in the sense that too many uses of that word in the sentence. There are quite a few shots in this trailer where you're looking down over a scene or you're shooting down into a valley and there's a million fucking Tyranids. A million of them. And the Tyranids, like the orcs, are a Zerg race.
Yeah. No, I remember seeing the first one. So no, it did look very, very fucking cool. And if there's a 3-player campaign and you want someone to jump in and just cause absolute mayhem, then call me up.
Yeah. It'll be a
put me on, coach. I'm ready to go. My boots are laced up. Let's go.
Don't make Tom the medic.
It'll be a 10 o'clock. We're already crashed. Let's play.
One for you, one for the doctor.
Next one is John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, which is a terrible title for a game, but actually looks like a lot of fun. This was you're in a some sort of truck, I guess you would call it, like an ice cream van almost, and plowing through zombies while you're making quippy remarks. And I laughed out loud at the point in the trailer where you're supposed to lull, which was they're all hyping themselves up. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Don't fucking half-ass it this time. And it's the setup is that they're about to start battle, and then Bon Jovi drops, and they all start singing. It got the laugh it was supposed to. Yes. Looking forward to that.
Can I read you guys the opening line of the their spiel about it, the game?
Yeah, please.
It's poetry.
As long as it's not 7 paragraphs.
No, it's one paragraph. In the near future, an experimental attempt to harness the power of the Earth's core ends in a terrifying disaster. The release of the Sludge God. This eldritch abomination begins terraforming the area, turning soil to scum and the living to undead monsters. However, the genius behind the experiment has a plan to make things right. All he needs is a team of competent, highly trained mercenaries to get the job done. Unfortunately, those are all too expensive, which is why he's hired the Toxic Commandos.
Well done.
You're welcome. Anyway, that's me for the night. Have a good night, guys.
The next one. I'm spent. The next one is a game that none of us will probably play because it's a Xbox exclusive and always has
Fable
been.
down later.
I would 100% buy, like you said, I would buy an Xbox to play Fable because I love that series. I've played a bunch of them on mates' Xboxes because I've never owned one, and I've gone around and just abused their Xboxes to play Fable before. I think it's a brilliant series. I love the music. I love the characters. I love the animation, the gameplay. I love everything about Fable.
Richard Iowati as a giant growing vegetables. What more can you ask for?
That is straight out of some obscure British comedy as well.
Richard Iowati. He's not obscure. He's the trouble.
No. His character. His character being that guy.
Yes,
that is
his character. Yes.
I'll
play it because I've got a PC.
Yeah, look, if my PC can handle a low res version of it, I will play it.
I have set aside some time here somewhere to talk about Star fucking Field. You suggested that I look at using my PC instead of buying an Xbox for it, but its minimum requirements, not its recommended, its minimum is solid state and a 1080 video card from memory, and recommended's like a 2080. So with hardcore system specs for PC.
Well, I've got a 3070.
I've got a half chub, but we don't all talk about them, do we?
Next one was an expansion to Sea of Thieves. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No. Continue. We don't need to tell people what Fable is. Yep. Continue.
Fantasy, medieval fantasy. I just noted, just quickly, honorable mention: Sea of Thieves is getting a Monkey Island expansion.
Yeah, that's
which
fun.
Just makes me even more jealous that we never got to play Sea of Thieves because it was Xbox exclusive. And June is partnering with Microsoft Flight Sim, and so you can, beyond landing planes, you can now also fly an ornithopter.
Yeah,
can you also fly? I wonder if you can also fly Earth planes on Arrakis.
Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be kind of fun.
They seem to be
Imagine just
expanding.
landing a little Cessna and then just a Dune worm just envelops it.
They seem to be expanding what you can do in that game because they were also showing you like helicopter-based crane construction as a thing that you can do in Flight Sim.
Yeah, and flight and rescue, and they seem to be adding some sort of mission-based thing to it.
I'm going to move.
Weird,
I'm going to move Starfield down, if that's okay.
Oh no! Can you talk about stuff
right.
like quickly run and take a pee? Because you
have zero interest in it. Fair enough. Okay, I'll talk about it now.
I'm not going to get an Xbox for it. I might get Xbox for Fable, but I won't get it for Starfield because I'm a psycho.
You could just
I'll be right back.
buy the game. Second, Starfield looks.
Don't put it on mute, Tom.
Now we have to listen to him pee. I can mute him. It's all good. Starfield looks fucking spectacular. Like, I don't know if you watched any of the footage for it, Dan, but
you know what? It is a style of game that really excites me. A hard sci-fi Skyrim. Like with marines and guns, and like it really does excite me. But I think the fact that Bethesda has just botched their release of it so much over the last 12 to 18 months has really diminished my interest in it. I will play it. I definitely will play it. But I did not need to watch an hour's worth of, and I know they've got to hype it, and I know they're aiming at getting people that are like me on the fence about it. But I'm the buying side of the fence, not the straddling or the not going to buy it side. I know they need to do this to get the people hyped about it, but I just think they've been their own worst enemy after Fallout 76.
Which they're still pumping material out for. There's another DLC that was announced.
Yeah,
but you could level. I feel like you could level the same accusation at Baldur's Gate 3, which is a game I will pay for and I will enjoy the fuck out of. But the beta is anybody who with a PC can play the beta for a year and a half before the official launch, which is in a couple of months.
And I did because I busted my elbow, so I needed to play turn-based strategy games where I could use my mouse with my left hand. And I don't disagree with that. I think it's a very good point. I think that Baldur's Gate will be better because of that. But I think
for the 10% of the people who play it for the first time after they officially release it.
Yeah, but
so many people would have been beta testers.
Yeah, but like every patch that came through, you had to your saves didn't transfer over, so you needed to start again anyway. So I haven't played the last two patches, but on the Starfield, I mean, looks great. I don't want to watch anymore. I think an hour-long exposure of it was too much. I don't want to watch it. It was
45 minutes, and I watched it. And
comes out in October.
Yeah, I'm glad I watched the 45 minutes, Dan. It's everything I had hoped No Man's Sky would be, and it wasn't. The lighting model
will never be.
Yeah, and will never be. The lighting model is gorgeous. So I'm just reading quickly through some notes. Feels like what No Man's Sky promised to be. Action is fast. Like the in-game footage in that 45-minute expose, it's 10 times faster than Fallout fights. Like when you come across pirates, you've got a jetpack and start killing people instantly or you're toast. I thought that was really cool. NASA
so it's basically a FPS RPG more so than what a Fallout is.
Yeah, Doom FPS. It's on the Doom end of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the Doom end of the spectrum.
Okay.
But it's Tom's looking confused as well. It's
when I say Doom end of the spectrum, what I mean is there are slower FPSs where you've got a chance to think about how you're going to approach a bunch of bad guys. And then you got the original Doom where you walk into a room and if you don't start shooting within the first 5 milliseconds, you're dead. I don't know if that continues through the more modern Dooms.
It does because I use that. No, so when I play dodgeball, I say I use the Doom protocol. Is in don't stop moving. That is the only way I win a dodgeball. If you stop moving, you get hit, and that's what the games are based on. Yeah.
Once you run across, or certainly from the footage, once you start running across bad like space pirates, that has to be the principle. I do like the aesthetic principle that the undertone they used, which was NASA punk. So it's hard sci-fi with a punk edge.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that the guy from Oblivion came back, the adoring fan. See that?
Yeah, oh, really?
That was really funny.
What the fuck? Really?
The adoring fan from Oblivion is now a Starfield character. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. You obviously can shoot him to get rid of him.
Oh.
Which you couldn't do.
Yeah, he's actually a perk, and they did talk. They made a big point out of that 45-minute that it's one of the skill set perks to have him, the adoring fan. But there are ways to get rid of some of the negative side effects of those perks because they're completely optional, and they do show you a shot of him rambling, looking off into the distance, and you walking up behind and holding a gun to his head. There's no space to planet transitions, which is a little disappointing because that was in No Man's Sky and it was gorgeous. It's all cutscenes, but the cutscenes do look fucking spectacular. Full zero-G implementation. So ballistic weapons will push you back in zero-G fights, which I think is fucking cool.
Fun. That's fun.
But there's variety in everything. So you have to want to play a space opera game in the sense that it's a Bethesda narrative with all the zany humor, but you also need to want to be an explorer, which was the No Man's Sky kind of delivered on that. This base building with infinite like expansion capability. There's shipbuilding with a ridiculous level of detail. You can completely remodel the exterior of your ship to make it look like whatever the fuck you want, but then you can go inside and decorate it in the way that only Bethesda games can decorate interiors. Gun building is as detailed. So I just think this is a game that has a lot of fucking potential and 1,000 worlds. Like there's more than you'll ever need to explore, but they have, because it's been a 10-year project, it's not just more is less, more is more in the sense that they have fully populated this with random encounters, creatures are, fully fleshed out ecosystems, those sorts of things. So anyway, I'm going to buy an Xbox just for that fucking game. But I'm going to wait 6 months to make sure that the hype lives up to the reality lives up to the hype.
And all the patches come through.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes.
You guys talk about the next couple while I grab my 5th beer and take a leak.
Liza P, Dan, that's on you.
Oh, I just wanted to, it got mentioned earlier on, Souls-like in the world of Pinocchio. It's a
very
steampunky,
grotesque Pinocchio too.
geared world. Yeah. I just think it looks fun. I think it's a really good aesthetic choice for that kind of...
You're becoming a Souls-like player.
No, because I agree with you. I suck at them badly. Like, I horribly suck at them, and I don't have the time or the patience to get good at it, as they would say.
It's definitely a young man's game.
It's just definitely a young man's game. But I have faith that this one won't have one level of difficulty. It will have a varying leveling of difficulty. So
I mean, the aesthetic is very appealing. It does look very cool.
Yeah,
I agree with you there.
So I'd love to get into that if it doesn't have that just one level of difficulty, because as much as I would like to play it through, I don't have that much time to dedicate to it. Fucking Witchfire. Oh, the next one, Witchfire. Witchfire has been on my radar for a long time. It's a fantasy medieval witch hunting Doom-esque game where you have single shot rifles paired with
magic spells.
What are they? Magic spells, but what are those shotguns with the big flared ends? What are they called?
Blunderbusses?
Thank you. That's
a blunderbuss. Exactly the shotgun is a blunderbuss, and I think it's just a beautiful, dark toned overall world with the magic and everything being the spark of color out there.
I'm interested by what
you're
they
talking
say
about Witchfire, right?
Yeah,
on Steam, where they call it a roguelite shooter.
Ooh.
But then I also look at the trailer. I look at the trailer, and the opening thing of the trailer from the creators of The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, Painkiller, and Bulletstorm. I don't know if you guys ever played Bulletstorm, but it was a Doom ripoff. So that fills me with hope.
Well, Painkiller was basically the early version of Doom 2016. Painkiller, you were a dude that was I think he escaped from hell, but he had some Sui got me onto it. And you could nail demons to the walls with like this massive wooden spike gun that you would shoot. And this is in the mid 2000s, and those physics were available. And you could, if you lined them up properly, you could spike a whole bunch of demons to the wall with this pole. And it was fantastic. So if those guys
the Vanishing of Ethan Carter, which is the other game they put up there,
it's a walk 'em up.
Yeah, it's a first person mystery game where you're just walking through. Yeah, a walking simulator. I fucking hate those.
Yeah.
Sort of Lord of the Rings. To me, Witchfire is just
how
Hexen.
Fucking dare you? I will
it is
through this computer and punch you in the throat.
It's just Hexen for millennials.
Hexen
for people that have never experienced Hexen. And Hexen came out quite a long time after Doom, but it was very much a Doom derivative.
It was in the Quake era.
Yeah, it was. But it was how do we make a fantasy version of an FPS, and that was Hexen.
That was Hexen, yeah.
That's all I got out of that.
No, Witchfire looks very cool. I would definitely, and this is where I used to love the demo section of the PS Store, because I used to want to be like, it looks so cool. I need to have to little play with it to know. And I'll talk about it in Are You Winning Son, because I recently I was excited for a game. I played the first mission of it, and I was so turned off by it. I deleted it and removed it from my PS collection. Yeah.
Very intrigued.
But yeah, so I'd love a few of these games, especially like Witchfire, and the next one we're talking about, Banishers, Ghost of Newstead. Like I really want to just have even an hour, 2 hour little demo where I can just have a little taste.
It looks interesting. It caught my attention. Yeah.
It's definitely caught the attention. Yeah,
Scottish witches.
Yeah.
But there's also obviously some sort of like doomed romance between the ghost chick and the...
We're now talking about Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it looks like a living guy and the ghost of a girl are in some sort of romantic relationship and can swap throughout the game. Like
it looks like
as him or her.
Yeah, it looks like
here we go. New Eden 1695. You play as Antea and Red. They're banishers, ghost hunters who vow to protect living from the threat of lingering ghost inspectors. Following a disastrous last mission, Antea is fatally wounded, becoming one of the spirits she loathes. In the haunted wilds of North America, the couple desperately searches for a way to liberate Antea from her new plight.
Interesting. And it's definitely there definitely will be some narrative choices that come into it, because they do talk about in the trailer, will we banish or will we let them go? And
I saw that.
You see him banish one of the dead, let the dead be dead. And you kind of go, you're saying the let the dead be dead, but you're taking your dead wife's ghost around with you. So I think there's going to be some moral conundrums,
like a moral system in it.
Mm.
I hope they implement a moral system in it.
I think they will, given that the studio behind it is Don't Nod, is the name of the studio. And looking at their Wikipedia page very, very quickly, some of the games that they have been involved in include Vampire, Life is Strange, Life is Strange 2.
Yeah.
So I think it definitely will have
definitely morality systems, yeah.
What was sorry, go ahead.
No, go. I didn't have anything else.
I was going to say, what was the game with the FBI agent shooting at the
Alan Wake?
FBI.
It is Alan Wake 2. Yeah.
Alan Wake 2. Yeah, which they did say was going to be a full horror game, and that's exactly what they've done.
Oh, and we've missed that. We've missed that on the list, but
we have
Alan Wake 2.
I've never played Alan Wake 1, but obviously it's connected to Control, which we've played.
Well, they remastered it only 12 months ago.
And
or remade it. I can't remember, but
they remastered it, and when I finished Control, I remember posting on the Trophy Hunters page on Facebook that I'm part
Control,
of.
that's right.
And most comments that came back was like, dude, if you haven't played the Alan Wake remake, go play it. Like if you like the story of Control, it's the same universe, but if you like the story of Control, like go play that, like kind of thing. So
yes.
And you were raving about that when you played Control.
Control is fantastic. Yeah.
Next one was Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty DLC.
I'm just going to say that apparently it's something like 70 gigs worth of download, and they're reinvigorating the shooting system in it. So I'm very interested to see what they do there. This is the DLC for Cyberpunk. You will not only have Keanu Reeves in your head, you will have Idris Elba as a companion throughout the expansion, and a new shooting system. I'm super pumped to see what the new shooting system is.
There is more than that.
Sorry, Tom, go.
No, let's see if we're talking about the same thing. I think we are.
Let's go.
I think we are. Apparently, the cybernetic implant system has been completely overhauled to a point where it's now actually a key part of the game, the way that it always should have been.
Well,
Cyber Circus, baby. Cyber Circus.
So, what I called them out on the fucking first playthrough of Cyberpunk, that it was pointless.
Everything that you complained about, they seem to have addressed.
Okay, nice.
So it's apparently everything that I've seen has been linked back to the Edge Runners show, and they're talking about now that you can overload yourself with cybernetic implants, giving yourself cyber psychosis.
Psychosis, nice. Yeah, cool. See, I
Starting
went pretty
to get
light
to
on
Johnny
the
Mnemonic.
Yeah, fry the brain.
Yeah, such a good movie. It's underrated.
I mean, I'm going to wait till they release this, and then I will definitely start Cyberpunk again from a fresh playthrough, and play it on the same path and see how much it changes on the same path.
Did I ever tell you I started the demo of Cyberpunk?
I think you did, yes.
Yeah, and it unfortunately it failed to grab me. But I think I needed more time. Like I didn't finish the demo. I had a 5 hours worth of demo, and I probably got 2 hours in, and I did first mission or two, and I was like, yeah, it's fun. They were like, the bugs weren't there, which was great. Like obviously this was well after the release of it. This was in the last 6 months, and then I went, cool, but like. Wasn't like cool. Yeah, let's go to the next mission. I was just like, yeah, okay, all right. But again, I had the same thing with Witcher, so maybe I will go back and properly invest time in it.
Once you sink yourself in and you start really getting into V's head, and this is a bit funny what I'm about to say. Once you get into V's head with having Johnny Silverhand in his or her head, whichever gender you play, because I played as the female V, and once you really lean into Johnny talking to you, not talking to V, then it starts to make a bit of a difference. And that took me a good long while, because you play through for quite a bit.
Definitely never got
and then Johnny Silverhand comes in. And then you need to get used to Johnny Silverhand being there, and that's probably 4 hours into the game, kind of thing. So
maybe I'll finish the demo. Maybe I'll give it the other 3 hours I owe it, and then see what happens. Yeah,
interesting.
Anyway, we'll move right along.
Continue on.
Push along.
Clockwork Revolution. Yeah, the BioShock ripoff.
BioShock.
How good?
Yeah.
It's BioShock.
BioShock 3. That's what it is. With time bending elements. I mean, yeah. You can build. But also,
that was an announcement. That was an announcement with no date whatsoever. Because it said coming at an appropriate time or something like that. It was a play on words.
Yep. Yes. No. The first article I saw about this one was BioShock meets Overloop.
Yeah. It looks interesting. Look, and I knew Dan was going to write it down. Anything steampunk-esque is going to be in Dan's wheelhouse.
Oh, no, it definitely piqued my interest too, yeah. It's a shame it's an Xbox exclusive.
Yes. Bookwalker, I don't know who put that down. Was that you or Dan? Because Dan's gone to pick.
That was Dan. That's the trailer we watched. He put up this afternoon. It's a
haven't
really
watched
cool
it.
concept. Yeah.
I haven't watched it.
The idea of the character you play as goes in what seems to be he goes into a book, steals what looks to be like the featured like magic wand of that book, and then
Right.
he escapes out before because it's called a Bookwalker Thief of Tales.
Right.
But it's the character you play as is a living book person hybrid thing creature. As best I can describe it, as my voice gets higher and higher. Yeah, it was a really, really, really cool looking concept of like this guy, like he jumps in, he like kind of sneaks through like a thief, gets up to the thing, alarm bells go off, everyone starts firing at him, and he just dives back out of the book that he's dived already into, but he comes out with the super powerful magic wand that he was going in for.
Right.
And then he picks another book off the shelf and he's like, hey, it's got a super powerful hammer. I'm going to go grab that. So like, yeah, it's it for me, like if I was going to hazard a guess of what I would like the game to be, I think we got minimal information about it from this. It's
but it said there was a demo out.
Yeah, which you haven't found yet, have you?
I couldn't find. No.
Yeah. I would like it to be like a Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, where you just get to dive into these worlds and grab something out and then dive back out. I think that'd be really cool, and it's a good use of the technology of the current consoles as well. But yeah, we'll find out more. We'll find out more as that comes out.
Yeah. Avowed, I don't even remember seeing in the.
Well, Avowed got
announced. It was the Xbox one.
It got announced. A teaser trailer got thrown up last year. I think probably at Summer Games Fest, and it was literally just a guy shooting an arrow, a fire arrow, which had kind of a twisted cast iron head on it, out from a castle wall. It went up through the clouds, went out over the land, and then dived down from its arc and ended up in a dungeon. And then you saw the first-person view of a Skyrim-styled magic caster take out a couple of guys, and that was all you saw. And now we've got this Oblivion / Skyrim Elder Scrolls-esque trailer.
So Avowed is from
gameplay.
Avowed is from Obsidian Entertainment, who are the same guys who did the Outer Worlds, which was that Fallout ripoff that I played. And so this appears to be this is their Skyrim ripoff, which I think is hilarious because Outer Worlds was great. It was a great game.
Tom, the Bookwalker demo is on Steam.
May as well put the kettle on because I'm not going to get that. I don't know. That was a bad Steam joke. I apologize for everything I just said. Avowed looks cool, but it looks very much in that same vein of Outer Worlds in terms of like it's ripping off Bethesda and ripping off Skyrim this time.
Yeah.
Again, unfortunately, it's a PC Xbox exclusive,
but more colorful as well. It had a lot of color to the trailer compared to where Skyrim.
Oh well, Outer Worlds had heaps of color compared to Fallout.
Definitely, yeah.
Cool. Do we want to talk about Outlaws?
The meaty ones.
Do we want to talk about Outlaws last?
Probably because I've got less to say about the / of AC.
I figured.
Yeah,
you probably do.
Somebody else start with AC.
Okay,
AC Mirage. Baghdad.
You're gonna. Well, we're back to the Middle East, but and this is what I was saying into our chat today, that they listened but they didn't hear. So they listened to everybody wanted AC to go back into a city. They wanted it to go back into either the Middle East or the Renaissance period with Ezio, and back into a city and do these things where you got a single target and mission and assassinations in there, but they didn't hear what people wanted. And they've just rolled the RPG game from what it looks like. They've just rolled the RPG game into a city rather than an area for this game only, because you look at Jade, and then Jade is just Valhalla, Odyssey, and Origins in China.
and also a mobile only game.
Oh, is it?
So
It doesn't look like.
Assassin's
Sure?
Creed Jade. Yeah, I am. Assassin's Creed Jade is a mobile game.
Trust Pete on that one, to be honest.
Jesus
Sorry,
Christ!
Dan, over
It's
you.
like a pretty goddamn beautiful mobile game. If that's
and
it.
my complaint about AC Codename Jade is the full name. My complaint about it is what a waste of a setting. Like,
Oh yeah.
mythological China would have been perfect for a
Yeah.
full blown AC game on console.
Are you sure it's only mobile? Because goddamn, it looks good for mobile.
You keep
mean,
asking me
I'm-
to a point where I'm starting to doubt myself, but yes, I'm sure.
I haven't played it. I've never played a mobile game. Actually, you know what? I lie. I played the Amon Amarth, who is a Swedish metal band. I played their pixelated side scroller. That's the only mobile game I've ever played.
No, it is a mobile only.
I played a bunch
AC
of
game.
Mahjong and Solitaire on my phone, but that's it.
So we're pretty much in the same boat there, Tom.
and I've played the
Oh,
World
I used to
of
play
Warcraft
Angry Birds. I was
collectible
pretty
card
good at
game.
Angry Birds for a while.
Yeah. So that's sorry, we got a bit sidetracked. So Mirage, yeah. So you're right. They heard, but they didn't listen, or they listened.
No, they listened, but they
hear.
didn't
See,
hear.
yeah, but I also watched that gameplay trailer this afternoon, and I did think that one of the big complaints was, and Pete, you definitely are the expert here, and correct me if I'm fucking wrong. But one of the things was that you in the latest, especially when I played Odyssey,
Origins,
I never played,
Odyssey, and Valhalla.
Valhalla. I still haven't played Origins or Valhalla, but like there was a too much focus on like when you got spotted, then you just fought your fucking way out of it. But they seem to want to focus on the fact that you could just disappear into a crowd again, which is kind of leaning back to that stealth element that everyone wanted.
So the impressions I got was that they took us back to AC2.
Okay.
What the fans have been baying for, and what Dan's really referring to, is AC1. And the difference between 1 and 2 and all the other games is the thing that the hook for the original fucking game that made it so famous was you had to be a detective to figure out who your target was. There was no fucking throw an eagle into the air and just look at the bad guys and paint them red and your target gets painted gold. Bullshit. It was tail somebody you think might be your assassination target, listen to his conversations, and based on what he says, who he says it to, and where he goes. Because it's also, if he went into the bordello, then he's the target. And if he walked past it, then he's not. So you have to tail your target and actually puzzle out if it was your target before the assassination, before all of the cool stealth mechanics. It was a detective game first. And they never repeated it after the first game. Altier's story was done, one and done. And then they changed the mechanics and made it a little bit more accessible and arcadey with AC2. And they were still a brilliant game. I love Ezio's story in their trilogy of games. But they lost that detective aspect and replaced it with more unlockable utility weapons. The guns and the fucking... the kite that you got from Leonardo da Vinci, and they kind of started down that path, and it was never RPG until Origins. Origins was full blown. Your gear level determines your level and whether or not you can tackle that bad guy. It's no longer locked behind story walls, and it's never been the same game since. You could tell that in Valhalla they were trying to bring it back, and I feel like they've taken it even further back with Mirage. And I do kind of think it's kind of neat that Mirage has linked Valhalla to Origins neatly while taking us back to an LTS setting. And by that I mean, they're back in a Middle Eastern setting, which is where it needed to go. Origins is also in the Middle East, in Egypt, but the feathers is a very direct reference. The dipping the feather in blood of the assassination target is a direct reference back to Origins. But Bashir, your main character, it's his prequel before he appears in Valhalla, and he's an important character in Valhalla. So it does neatly tie the whole thing in a big loop. I thought that was cool. But I still think Dan's right. It's not, the RPG element's still going to be there, and that's disappointing because, fuck man, it's such a great game system. The original that here we are almost 20 years later, still asking for them to bring it back.
Mm.
That's how good that fucking system was.
Hmm.
And I find it interesting that, and I mean, it could be something that they implement and just didn't show in the 10 minutes of gameplay that they did, but it hasn't been present as far as I remember from Origins was the last time that it happened, that when you made an assassination in any of the original games, you went into a little conversation between Altair, Ezio, or...
Oh, they've done that all the way through, Dan. They did that for Origins, they did it for Odyssey, and they did it for Valhalla.
Oh,
The main targets. It's not every target, but the main mission, the story targets, yeah, fuck yeah.
Maybe it just stands out to me from the original game because you only did main targets. You didn't have side quest kind of things. Maybe it just stands out more for me there. Yeah, I don't remember it in Valhalla at all.
Oh yeah, even if you watch the original gameplay footage trailer for Origins, it's the first fight in the game in the arena.
Origins were fantastic. Origins were probably the best out of all of them, with all those that have Egyptian mythological. You'd had Set
the gods,
come up and come up and drag them down. Like they were by far the best and the most memorable outside of the very first.
But they did that in
the very first.
I'm sure they did that in Odyssey as well. They didn't have the mythological creatures in Odyssey, but I remember them.
No, they had the mythological creatures. No, they had the mythological, because that's the only one I've played out of the latest three.
No, I mean when you
fought the mythological creatures, but they never. People didn't come down and take them down to.
No, when you do an assassination, when you did an assassination in
the
Origins,
Animus splits and you went up.
The Animus
white
splits
room.
out. Yeah, and it's the two characters talking to each other, and it's always the assassinated person having a go. What was his name? Started with B in Origins.
I was going to make a soul.
It was always the assassinated character. Bayek, yeah.
Bayek, yeah.
Having an argument with Bayek, and it was their point of view versus Bayek's point of view, and he was like, "Well, no, you're just fucking wrong."
Yeah,
and then in Origins, it was always in this almost black digital goo, and then one of the set or the underworld god would come up and drag the assassinated person's soul down to the underworld kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I do not remember that happening in Odyssey or Origins for those.
No, that never
main
happened in Odyssey because I would.
targets.
Yeah, no, that was literally you just killed the fucker.
Yeah, you just killed him and you moved on.
In Valhalla, you have the bullet time not bullet time, the Fast and Furious style. You know, you see the hidden blade penetrate the chest bone and into the heart. But
it's
you
not
might
the same.
be right. No,
Yeah.
That wasn't in Odyssey.
No. Actually, no, it is in Valhalla. You do have a conversation with the person you assassinate. I'm just watching footage of it right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's inky in the background, so it's black instead of white, and it's all misty and shit. I do remember they put a lot of effort into those conversations for the first expansion set in Ireland, because that had a very different mythos behind it.
As something of the Druids, Circle of the Druids, or something.
Jeez of the Druids, I don't remember either.
Druids,
but the mythology changed quite drastically when you moved to Ireland from where Valhalla was set. And I haven't played the other expansions.
So it would be very interesting to see what they bring in now, because what they did with what's the Mirage guy's name again?
Mirage?
Basim?
Balsam. Yeah.
Balsam. Yeah, I mean, it didn't show that at all. I mean, I know it was probably only a side mission person, but if you want to pull that strings of all the people that want
to, yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
But again, it's a gameplay demo, and it's a story trailer that they show at these game shows where they severely reduce the amount of gameplay and stuff you actually see.
And fluff and everything out there. Yeah, they want you to
see
the
they said that at the start of the Assassin's Creed Mirage gameplay video. They said this has been sped up and things have been cut out.
Yes, they did say that.
There was a disclaimer.
That whole
Okay.
gameplay demo was to show you 2 new mechanics. That's all it was about. The first mechanic was if you don't assassinate the guy standing in the top tower, you can't use your magical fucking
bird.
HUD
Yeah.
highlighter piece of
Mm.
shit. And the second is the new Deadeye mechanic that they've introduced,
Mm.
where you could tag assassinations 3 in a row, or you had a time mechanic down. You could actually hear it, the tension building up. So like the Deadeye mechanic in RDR2, which I actually thought was kind of cool, if gimmicky.
It reminded me of the 3 spear assassination from Odyssey. Like
Yes.
you could chain.
Yes.
It's a chain assassination.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did say in an article around that though that you can't use that all the time. You need to build that up by doing proper stealth assassinations.
Yeah.
So you
I
need to
did
build
feel
up that
like
meter.
it. I did feel like it did return
It's a super meter.
to the stealth. Yeah, exactly. I did feel like that gameplay footage indicated the game was returning back to its stealth roots because, yes, you're right. In Origins, Valhalla, and Odyssey, I know I did that in the wrong order. You could go stealthy, but there was no reward for going stealthy, and there was almost never a reason to. By the time you got about
the only reward was
3/4 of the way,
elongated, annoying combat fight that didn't really.
No, but
fluid.
in the end, I tackled entire like massive castles towards the end of those 3 games, 100% stealth just to see if I could, and it was always I am going to spend the next 3.5 hours doing something I know I could do in 15 minutes if I just walk in the front door and started yelling at people. Like it was there was no fucking reason to do it because by the time you got to about the 3/4 mark game, you were invincible anyway. That was the problem with those games. It was no longer a stealth. That's what one of the things that stood that game apart from all the other games on the market was it was a stealth. It's a fucking assassin's game. Assassins don't
100%.
don't walk in the front door and say, "Come get me, fuckers." Assassins hide in the shadows and fucking strike from nowhere and then disappear.
They never want.
Not like Jin Sakai.
They're never seen, and as soon as you've done the mission, you're out before anyone knows you're even there. Yeah.
So that's AC Mirage. Then we've already talked about Jade, which I think is a miss because I will play that game on mobile just because China is such an interesting setting, but they should have made that a core title. The mythology behind India and China are 2 settings that have been asked for by AC fans since the very beginning.
It's insane that they
both
chose
made
not
mobile
to do
games as well. Wasn't AC India? Or was that like a weird?
India was the side scroller.
Yes, yeah.
The fact that they've made Jade a non-mainstream console title,
Android and iOS, you fucking dumb fucks.
because people in the Western world are going to play it, and the enormous amount of gamers in China are going to play it. Like it's just ridiculous.
China and the India campaign is the same. The amount of mythology in those 2 cultures is staggering compared to the piss weak. Well, not piss weak. That's the wrong words to use. But the depth of Valhalla, based in England or the United Kingdom, because it's not. It's partially the Vikings, but it's also partially in the mythology in Europe, in the UK. You don't even start to scratch the depth of cultures that have been around for 6,000-7,000 years. Right? So I just think that's a massive miss. India has such a rich tapestry of interesting gods and goddesses. It's a pantheon of them. Yeah. It's a full-blown pantheon.
Insane.
China's the same. Like the amount of culture, like the amount of mythology you could get out of Chinese history is fucking staggering. And those are the 2 that they relegated to fucking mobile games. Anyway. And then my final complaint, if we can just, because I am trying to push us forward.
No, Pete, this is your soapbox to stand on. Go nuts.
AC Nexus. AC Nexus.
Yeah, I didn't watch anything of this, I will admit, but I just wanted to hear your view because it's VR and it's Assassin's Creed, and that sounds like it sounds like Pete's match made in heaven that's obviously let the boy down.
It has, and it's let me down for one singular reason, and that is the pissing contest between Sony and Microsoft. So Microsoft have decided, Ubisoft have decided to lock PlayStation gamers out of this VR game by only developing it for the Quest. Even though, as I said at the start of this segment,
wow.
if you develop a game for the Meta Quest, then you are automatically developing a game for PSVR 2, but they've locked it out of PSVR 2. Now, I don't know if that's permanent or just at the start, but that's purely about pissing contests because the code's portable between the two units. So I would play the fuck out of this game.
No,
I feel like it's probably a tech demo. I don't feel like it's going to be a full game.
It's
I feel like it's just going to be it's a novelty that I would enjoy.
Arkham. What was the
the Batman
VR.
Yeah. I feel like it will be. You can conduct 4 or 5 assassinations with each of the major characters, and I think that'll be the whole game. Yes, dear.
Can I ask? Because you can explain this better than I can. So it's MetaQuest exclusive.
Yes.
So does that actually have anything to do with Microsoft, given that's Facebook's shit?
Ubisoft as a studio, probably not. To be honest,
Okay.
I don't know why they have ruled PlayStation out. I didn't do any research into the politics behind it, but it did feel like an extension of the pissing contest, and I do feel like Microsoft's got to be in there somewhere. Because why the fuck else would you do that? Because
I always thought the Meta the MetaQuest was Meta and Oculus. They were all Meta Facebook studios, bro. They'd also hate Microsoft enough to cut them out kind of thing.
No, so you don't forget so when you're on a MetaQuest VR headset, you're also using an Xbox Live service.
Right. Okay. Well, that's something I did not know.
Is my understanding. But I haven't done any research into it other than to know that at the moment, the easiest way to get a solid catalog of PSVR 2 titles is to port the MetaQuest games, which they're doing. They're now co-releasing. The 2 games we mentioned before are being co-released for PSVR 2 and MetaQuest. And then you've got this one outlier where Ubisoft had just said, nah, fuck PSVR 2. Seems like a dumb thing to do. And it pissed me off.
I mean, regardless, it seems like a dumb thing to do.
As to why they did it, I took it, and I may have jumped to a conclusion half-cocked, but I took it to be a part of the pissing contest that's going on between the PlayStation CEO and Microsoft at the moment.
Here we go. On the 11th of October 22, Xbox Cloud Gaming was coming to MetaQuest 2. So maybe that's it. Anyway, that's your homework, Peter. Find out what's going on, and when you get to play your stabby assassiny on your VR headset. Surely it'd be, if anything, it'd be Ubisoft wouldn't be dumb enough to lock. They don't normally lock themselves out of one console or the other. They just want to sell as many as they can.
Depends how much they've been paid.
Yeah, when I said at the start of this episode that the console wars have started, this is kind of what I was talking about. It's going to be. I feel like people are starting to take sides, even if they don't have a direct dollar value in it.
Yeah. Look, Peter, begun the consoles wars have, in my best Yoda accent. But, I still think Ubisoft they are an independent system in this. They're not part of the Republic. They're not part of the CIS. Whoever you think that through. PlayStation's the Republic, by the way, because we're the Clone Commandos, because we're the best one.
An Assassin's Creed Nexus PSVR 2 port is unlikely, as the game was only announced for MetaQuest 2 and MetaQuest 3. Yeah, anyway, I think it's going to take some time for us to hear anything real about it.
Sounds like we need to assassinate a Ubisoft board member. No? Anyway. No, we're not conducting murder on this podcast anymore. Okay, cool.
I don't even know if it's a full game or a tech demo. If it's a tech demo, then I could fucking care less.
Yeah, wait and see. It looked cool, things.
But it looked cool. But at the same time, the 10 seconds could be 10% of the whole game or 1 millisecond of the whole game. You just don't know. We should move on to the meat and taters.
Mm-hmm.
The one we're all excited to talk about.
We do a quick beer 5 because I've halfway through mine.
Yep, sure. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll race through this one. My beer 5. Don't
race through it because I'm going to pee again because I need to pee before the meat and taters.
Classic. I can still talk about my beer when you're not here, and you can listen back to it at a later date. That's the beauty of a podcast. not going to just sit here and twiddle
we're in
my
the caddy
thumbs,
part
Daniel.
of the fucking episode. Definitely the caddy part of the episode. What are you drinking, fucker?
I decided to fuck tonight and crack
So it's
the
15%.
beer that's been... No, 12%. Thank you very much. It's the last of the 4-year anniversary for One Drop. It's their Imperial Stout with chocolate cake. Cock cake. Well, vanilla and cream. So, yes, it's delightful. Yes, chocolate cake, vanilla and cream, Imperial Stout, 12%. It is...
What's it actually called? Or was it called chocolate cake Imperial Stout?
It's their 444 Imperial Stout. I don't think they actually gave it a name.
Okay.
It's an Imperial Pastry Stout. Look, One Drop make fantastic beers. There's no denying that. Some of their beers are very stupid, but they're very fun, and I'll give them that. But you know what's stupid? You know what's the
Even
fucking
stupider?
dumbest thing they've ever done? Is writing their tasting notes in reverse on the back of their fucking can like fucking idiots.
Yeah. It's just to
Look,
piss people off.
it's chocolate cake in a can. It is absolutely decadent. It is creamy. It is chocolatey. Like, it actually feels like just drinking melted chocolate, and then you get a whack of booze through it, and you're just like, holy shit balls. It's Christmas. It's Christmas with Nan. How good. It is very thick. Look, the lactose, like, in terms of that sugary lactose feeling, like, it's just all chocolate. It's pure chocolate. It's liquid chocolate. Like, it is a very, very decadent stout, and hats off to the guys for doing it. I looked at the back of the can again. It's very disappointing. I fucking hate it. I'm gonna have to hold up to a mirror and say it 3 times backwards. They're doing the whole monk mythical thing, and yeah, look, commitment to the part. Well done, 5 stars. But just, yeah, how about you write your can in the left to right like a normal person? That'd be great. Yeah.
Out of 5?
Look, that is easily a 4.5. That is a strong 4.5, bordering 4.75. Little bit too sweet, so I'm gonna go with 4.5. I'm gonna stick with my reasonable.
Okay. All right. So I don't need to get a pro subscription for 0.1s.
No, but it's melted chocolate. If you don't like chocolate and sweet and cream, then you're gonna really fucking hate this. But yeah, if you do, it's great.
Cool.
What are you drinking,
Dan?
Oh, I am drinking the third to last beer in my Gabs pack, the Bentspoke Brewing Company Keep It Simple, the JA IPA. I'm pretty sure this stands for Just Another IPA.
It does.
It does. And it is just another IPA, but it's well made, it's clean, it's faultless, it's probably not as bitter and as resinous as I'd like for just another IPA, but it's still very enjoyable and very drinkable at 6.8%. Yeah. And that's about all I can say about that. I mean, it's got some... Tom's trying to read his can. Idaho 7.
Idaho 7, HBC 586, Talus, HBC 630.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Talus.
Some unique ones in there. So it's, you know what? It's not just another IPA then. It is a very experimental another IPA.
Out of 5?
Yeah, but it's good. It's good. It's clean. I'd probably give that one, I think, probably a 4.25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's very good.
Pawpaw.
Little bit
Lots
more
of pawpaw.
Little bit more bitterness, little bit more resin, but with those hops, you're probably not going to get that.
45 IBU.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like that, or I'm completely desensitized these days and have destroyed myself over many, many years of drinking.
No, I think you're right, because a few other people have also noted that it's not as bitter as they expected it to be.
No.
So
Okay.
45 might be a claim, not a reality.
Hmm.
Who knows? Cool.
What do you got?
I've got something really simple, which in retrospect, I shouldn't have said that after your beer, but I have the Hawker's Stout, which, believe it or not, kids at home, is a stout. It's a 5.4% stout. and it's lovely. I mean, it's not groundbreaking, but then I didn't expect it to be, and it didn't need to be. Lots of roastiness, a little bit of chocolate to it, but it's got a good solid roastiness to it.
And just light, not sweet.
It's got a little bit of sweetness. I'm not going to say the RS term that you guys were been giving me shit about last episode, weirdly, because it was the correct term to use. Residual sugar.
Oh, I said it again. Oh, God. Doesn't shut up about it.
Because I know the right words to use. I use the right words, and you guys give me shit.
It's a trap. You can't repel flavor of that magnitude.
No, it's a lovely stout. I need to sit on the rest of it because there's not much left. I just want to see if it opens up a little bit. But I'm gonna. And what's the ABV? It's rare that I have a 5.4. It's rare that I have a straight stout, non-imperial. It doesn't suffer for the lack of ABV, but to be honest, as a night ender, it's probably a little low alc. I would have liked a 7 or a 9 in my fridge to finish the night with, but it's a fucking solid stout. So I'm going to give it a 4.5 because it's what?
No, I just keep coming up with these really inappropriate things to say when you say night enders.
Why don't you say them out loud like I do? There should not be a filter. That's the whole point of the podcast.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I shouldn't say you like a good prostate punch at the end of the night, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, if she's hot enough, sure.
She
cuts her nails.
Just to go with the pegging earlier on.
As long as she cuts her nails first, it's all good.
This is very important. I just used my Translate by Google on the back of the can to try and flip the text. I've now made it more biblical than I actually Jesus. I'm going to screenshot this and send it to you.
It's opening a portal to hell.
Chocolate cake, vanilla, and cream. Baroba will be sent to the 29th Ezent.
Yeah. Called it.
Malbimum exit 229B book, you're hanging thorite. What?
Now we need ChatGPT to do another layer of translation.
Oh, I hope not. I can't imagine what ChatGPT would do.
Skynet.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. Let's do this.
Tap the ice.
The 19th game that we're covering tonight
is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Is Star Wars Outlaws.
I'm pumped. I am absolutely. I needed a non-Force user Star Wars game for so long. This is it. This is the most excited I've been for a Star Wars game since the original Battlefront 2, where I listened to a very, very, very depressed, I'm assuming Captain Rex, narrate what happened to the 501st after Order 66.
Okay.
Like, I love Survivor. I love Fallen Order. But the latest, and this is my biggest complaint about Star Wars, which I know you guys have echoed or have said quite out loud, is that for a long time now, lightsabers have felt like baseball bats. So I needed to go to the gunfire. Yeah, I needed to go to the blaster side of things. And yes,
we need more Han Solo stories and less Luke Skywalker stories.
Yes, I have talked for endless lengths about how much I was devastated by the fact we never got 1313, and I know I rabbit on about it because I've never fully recovered from it, and it's my childhood trauma that I'll never get over. But this is really looking cool. I'm really loving, and Pete, I'm sorry if this is a really minor spoiler for Survivor, in that a lot of Clone Wars elements are coming back into Star Wars right now through using the Commando droid. There's
Commando droid's great in the trench coat.
What a fucking hero character!
Oh, it's a fucking dope move. An absolute, that's such a boss move.
Blaster, the lightsaber
across
cut
his
move.
Chest. Yeah.
Oh, if that comes back, that's some random Commando droid from a random Clone Wars episode that Anakin or Obi-Wan's cut open and then she's picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. but like, look, we needed this kind of Uncharted-esque blast of fire Star Wars game for a long time. Like the Battlefronts was good. They filled an itch but you just played as a grunt. This is playing as like a semi-hero, and like also the gameplay shows like you mix between let's be honest, Uncharted, Red Dead with the Deadeye moment that she has on the speeder bike, and then like almost like a Grand Theft Auto wanted mode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like as she's running off world.
Which is also RDR too. It's very similar.
It is. It is
Rocksteady. Let's say a Rocksteady wanted mode. Let's to be break it down. But like
Rocksteady was
Rockstar,
the Rockstar, because Rocksteady was Batman Arkham.
Yeah.
Rockstar was Grand Theft Auto
and Red Dead.
And Red Dead.
12%, by the way. But yes, those elements come together, and like you could clearly tell in that moment of the gameplay, like that was a scripted moment for them showing the gameplay. But you know that you could have gone, you know what? I see that fucking Imperial cruiser landing. I'm going to go blast the fucking shit out of them and hope for the best. Like,
or you can go, I see that Imperial cruiser landing and I'm way outgunned, and you know what? I'm going to offer that bribe and I'm just going to walk out of this cantina.
Yeah. Almost like
or get on the fucking speeder bike again and fuck off. Like I was somewhat surprised that she went from the cantina, she ran to the ship instead of getting back on the bike that she parked just out the front.
But the ship was only another 20 meters away.
But now she doesn't have a speeder anymore. She could have taken that to the next planet.
It'll magically appear.
Yeah, like the horse.
Oh, I guarantee you that wasn't
like Roach. No. Like Roach appearing on Skilliger.
That was not her speeder bike to begin with. She's a thief by nature. That was not her speeder bike to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in now before I forget. But can we address the Kyle Katarn shaped elephant in the room?
Oh, yeah, the dude in the original trailer.
Jaden, whatever his name was. Like Jaden, everybody is saying Jason,
Solo.
Yeah. So everybody's saying like he's even got the cape over the shoulder, wrong shoulder, but he's got the cape over the shoulder like a pauldron of Kyle Katarn. I don't think it's Kyle Katarn.
No, you can fucking dream, pal. Yeah,
it's just a nod to we all know you know who he is, and just
we know that you know that you know that we know that I know who you want it to be.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not him.
Yeah. So I thought it was amazing. I was really amazed to look at that, and then Tom, and I know we've been speaking about it for a couple of weeks now, at how beautiful Jedi Survivor is.
Yeah.
And I've just realized it's really weird for you guys not being able to see me when I talk, because I can watch it you talk, but you can't watch me talk tonight.
I've been dealing with this for a long time. Whenever I message you, I'm like, where is he in the room right now?
Yeah.
The voice is coming, but I can't see the mouth.
Jedi Survivor is a beautiful game. Like, it's on the PS5. It's resolution
I've given up.
is gorgeous.
I'm going to put RDR2 down and play the fucking game. It'll take me a week.
Insane.
I think RDR2 is probably one of the best games ever made. But Jedi Survivor is so beautiful, and I was blown away today when we were talking about it with a couple of my guys at lunch that it was Unreal 4. Jedi Survivor is not Unreal 5.
No.
This is Outlaws is potentially Unreal 5.
Well, so you saw it in just the random character
but I don't think that looked that. I don't think that looked that much different than Survivor.
Oh no, I definitely did.
Yeah,
I 100% did. Yeah.
If you take that, if you take that,
obviously you're going to take that trailer with a grain of salt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You definitely have to go Ubisoft Watch Dogs. Let's see how that one panned out. So you've got to take that into account. But I do think that this is I don't think it is. I really hope this is the Star Wars game that scratches that itch that gives me that thrill I saw, and Tom, you might not have ever experienced this, but when I first walked from down the passage in Dark Forces and looked out, because Doom and Wolfenstein were very one-dimensional. They were on the ground. They were three-dimensional games, but they were on one plane, singular plane, so you were only ever on one plane. So Dark Forces was the first game where I walked up to an edge and I looked down and I saw a squad of stormtroopers down low. I hope this is the game that gives me that Star Wars fun again. And Jedi Survivor has been the game that I was completely jaded on Star Wars after the last bits and pieces we've got. I was ready to absolutely give up on it.
Yeah.
And Survivor kept that spark alive for me.
Rekindled that spark, yeah.
It kept it alive. I hope that Outlaws is the one that ignites that fucking bonfire for me again. I'm not 100% sure, but I hope we don't get her as a what's her name? Kay. I hope we don't get her as the one that gets the plans for the Death Star in Return of the Jedi. I hope that's not the last mission. I just want her. Exactly. No, I just want her to be an outlaw.
It cannot be her because, look, as much as they like to fuck around, they've been very good with a lot of Star Wars canon, and many Bothans died to bring us this information.
Well, if they don't,
Nadine, that is Mon Mothma. You cannot if you curse on Mon Mothma's words, like I don't think they do that. Like,
but what happens if she goes in with a team of Bothans?
I mean, all right,
they've said it. They've said it in this period, man. They're setting you up. But that's what I really hope they don't do. Like what we want and what the fans want as a fan and a long-time fan. I think
we don't want that. Yeah,
we don't want it linked. Like there's every stories in that universe doesn't need to link to the Skywalker and Rebellion.
A cool story in that universe.
But just tell us a good story. Tell us a good story. Yeah. Give us good characters. Give us good story. Give us fun. It doesn't need to be groundbreaking gameplay. Just give us fun gameplay. And if you're going to take everything from Uncharted 4 and you're going to throw that into a Star Wars world, you know what? We're going to fucking love it and we're going to eat it up and you're going to make 3 or 4 more games and we're all going to eat it all up.
You're right. You're 100% right, and I agree with you, and I am full behind everything you're saying. Just the thing that I did not realize until just now when I looked up Massive Entertainment, the guys behind the studio, is they're also the guys who are developing that Avatar game they announced.
Terrible.
Which I skipped completely as soon as
no one cares about Blue Pocahontas. But
it's just like if you're going to jerk off over furries, do it properly. Like
they're like Smurfs that have been put in an oven and stretched.
Yeah, but I was just like, if we're looking at I'm talking more from a gameplay perspective. This is what I was talking about, not your weird fetishes, you guys, just to reveal to everyone.
I never even got to
they did Division. They did Division 2. Yeah. Then they've had a 4. Well, they've had a 4 and that will be a 5-year gap to work on this Avatar and Outlaws. And like, I didn't play Division or Division 2.
Still developing
purely because they were too Destiny like for me to get into, and I lost enough hours to those. But like, I'm thinking from a pure gameplay perspective now. Like, if we're talking about we're talking about the enemies being bullet sponges in other games, like, and how Division did that.
Definitely don't. No.
Is this one of the kind of things where you're like, am I gonna find a cheap copy of this Avatar game just to play it to see how the gameplay is when it looked very different because it was first person versus third person. But it's still the same studio. Like, is this the thing where it's like, am I dipping the toe in to try this? And like, I don't know. That's a question I throw out to you guys. Like, if you think it's, I don't know if it's. I'm going to jump in.
Pete's furrowing his brow, so he can ponder on that for a sec. So this is exactly what I put in the chat. At the group chat the other day was, I would love and I say this in huge quotation marks, realistic mode where you take 1 or 2 blaster hits and you're dead, but everybody else takes 1 or 2 blaster hits and they're dead. Yeah. And let's
developers
not
have done
make
before.
bullet sponges.
Developers have done before.
And there needs to be. I mean, you hit those things like realistic mode on The Last of Us, and you need to have those. A hard difficulty doesn't mean your health is diminished and the enemy's health is like quadrupled. Like that's not what it is. I mean, it should be. It should be a realistic mode. Should be something where
Everyone
shot,
gets
a
one or
headshot,
two hits.
a headshot kills. A body shot and a headshot kills. 2 body shots kills. Like if we can get something like that, which I don't think we're going to get because it's fucking Ubisoft and it's this and it is massive. I don't think we're going to get that. We could very much be heading towards bullet sponge territory.
I don't know if we'll get bullet sponge with this.
I'm not making predictions. The footage looked clean and it had a weightiness or an inertia to it that I got excited about. I think it's cool that we've got an alien instead of a droid as the companion, but there's still but there's
also
still a very fucking cool droid.
Brie Dudley Baker too.
Yeah, right. I didn't know that. I'm just going to be cautiously optimistic, I think is where I'm putting myself, because it is an Ubisoft game.
I will be cautiously pessimistic.
I will be fully barred up until it comes out.
Fully engorged.
I will be
we should move on because we're at almost 3.5 hours now.
Can I just say one last thing? Please. We get to fly off the ground and straight into space, then we get straight into space combat.
It looked clean. It looked clean.
I would like to be able to have a different craft, but I think that craft looks really cool.
Yeah.
But purely because I just want to fly a Jedi Starfighter from ground into space and then start space combat. Like I was promised in Battlefront 3, that never came. So fuck you, Microsoft.
One thing that you have to give credit to the Star Wars universe for is that they've always crafted ships in a way that have given those ships personality, and they're as unique as full blown characters, right? So you've I mean, you've got the Falcon, obviously, but you've also got is it the Stormcrest? What was the fucking name of Mandalorian's ship? It's not the Stormcrest. Razor Crest. Thank you. Had its own personality.
And then the Mantis in Fallen Order and Survivor.
Yep. The NV1 has its own personality, so you have to give them credit. They give a lot of personality to droids. They give personality to characters, but they also give personality to ships.
That was it. Oh, I was just thinking, what's the name of fucking old mate's ship in Shadow of Empire? Yeah,
but you form an attachment to the ship.
It's
so
a YT 2400, my favorite ship.
I'll show you my dash render. Anyway, what?
Also, just as a complete aside, I've started watching Battlestar Galactica from the very beginning again. And I had completely forgotten that Sam Witwer was in it.
Crashdown.
Yeah. Like, he's in it for a couple of seasons, but like I'd completely forgotten. So when he turns up in the first episode.
Is a god. If I could, look, absolute pipe dream, but if I could achieve anything with this podcast and get Sam Witwer on it, I would literally I'd shoot myself the next day. Like my life couldn't be any better. I don't care if
you die happy there. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to start a campaign.
Yeah,
we're going to start a campaign. Our 5 fans and us will start spamming him.
I'll talk to my cousin. He does Sam Witwer does a lot of voice work. I'll talk to Tim and see if he can get us hooked up.
Yeah,
I'll do some serious subtweeting onto him, and I'll really get under his skin.
And I'll create a full dark web dossier on him so that we know everything. Only kidding. And they died that pipe dream. Are we going to move on?
Are we winning, son? Pete, are you winning, son?
Are we?
Pete, are you winning, son?
I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
So you're definitely winning, son.
Yes, I am.
RDR forever. Did you put that?
I did.
Tom put that?
I put it because I'm taking it slow and I'm enjoying I'm enjoying the.
This is actually, I think this is the longest you've spent on a game since we've done the podcast.
He's talked about it for a while, and we talked about it for a long time before he started it because he played online first.
Yeah. I'm just,
incredible game, an incredible open world, an
and
incredible.
I'm only in the first
everything.
2 missions in chapter 3. So,
man, just
I'm
Valentine is one of my favorite towns.
You were just in chapter 2.
yeah, but
Like,
I was only 4 missions away from finishing chapter 2. I just didn't know that because not
Yeah,
playing
but
from a guide.
I'm talking about the way I'm used to you chewing through a video game. Like,
yeah, I was genuine when I said
this is incredibly slow. This is amazing.
It's one of those games where like I said last episode, I just have ADHD.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and finish this mission. Oh, what's the shiny lights over there? Oh, who's shooting guns over there? Like, I might just pop into town and get this trinket sorted. Oh, I need to go and hunt another legendary creature so I get another trinket. Like, I just never finish what I set out.
The ethereal voice of Dan needs to calm down the orgasm noises while he's talking. Yes. Silence yourself.
Dan, are you winning, son?
Put your ball gag in.
Oh, let's talk about RDR a little bit more.
But my new office, which we've just moved into, we haven't even technically moved into,
Red Dead.
is on top of
about your
JB
office for?
Hi-Fi. Is on top of JB Hi-Fi. So tomorrow I'll go out and pick up a copy of Star Wars Jedi.
No. Let's get back to Red Dead. Red Dead. Go back to Red Dead.
No, because the fact that we're talking about Jedi Survivor is absolutely fucking eating him alive right now.
It's eating him. It is. I know it's eating him. But Red Dead is gorgeous. It's amazing. The characters are nuanced and brilliant, and you hate them and you love them.
Talking to the microphone. Jesus Christ.
God damn, I love that game. It's so
I need to
good.
I need to go and buy some hair tonic tonight after we finish, so I can get my beard to the next level, because I've now been warned that I can't grow my beard anymore without hair tonic. That's what I'm doing tonight.
Have you carried some hay bales through
Kelly.
Have you carried the hay bales through the camp? Have you chopped some wood?
Numerous times.
You made some coffees. You've fed some horses.
I've eaten some stew. And I have gone and done all the fetch quests that I've been requested. It took me ages
because you don't eat that.
It took me ages to find was it a detective? It was a detective novel that one of my friends in the camp wanted. He only reads.
This is where my misunderstanding of your obsession to find these nuances go, and this is where my non-understanding of trophy hunting comes from as well. Like you say it took you ages to find that, and it sounds like a task. Like if I come across these things in my travels, these people get this shit. If I don't come across these things in my travels, these people don't get this shit. You know,
but
what?
he's my friend, and he asked me for that shit, so I had to go and find it.
No,
the comic book for Jack, I happened across. I just happened across. But I only picked up that he was reading detective novels because there was a detective novel on the table. And then he asked me for it. So I went looking. But I went looking because it was interesting it was for Hosea. It was something that was interesting to me. And I found it while I was fucking around in the bayous where the alligators keep eating my ass. Anyway.
Treat yourself.
Enough. There's been enough ass jokes in this episode.
Yeah.
It's getting kind of weird. So yes, I am winning. I'm playing RDR2 and I'm fucking loving it.
Well, I'm going to jump in before Tom jumps in, and Pete, you've doubled up me on the run sheet. But yes, I am winning because I'm playing Jedi Survivor. And
about fucking
it's fun.
time if someone else is. Jesus fucking Christ.
I avoided this for a long time because I was on a decline with Star Wars after the treatment of the IP for a long time.
Now the mighty have fallen.
Yes, have the mighty have fallen, and that is actually how the IP has fallen. And I only think through these people that are actually spending so much time with these characters and the stories that they are building is what is actually making the IP survive. And that is why I have a little bit of faith in Outlaws, because they have to delve so much deeper into the lore and the world. And that's exactly what Survivor has done. Like, the primary cast in Survivor is amazing, is fantastic. The voice work, the scripting, the story, and everything in there is so much fun. And the fact that they've put a lot, and this isn't a spoiler, but it kind of is. But the stances that the lightsaber stances that they've announced.
Mhm.
So you got single saber, which I don't use anymore, and I used single saber through most of the first game. The dual blade and the dual wield, which was
Yep.
only a sort of a special move in the first game, are
Mhm.
now you now have the lightsaber blaster combo, and you have the crossguard, the Kylo Ren styled broadsword crossguard.
Oh, it's a
which-
bit different from the Kylo Ren because it is it's a two-handed.
It's a
broadsword.
two-handed, yeah. It's
Yeah.
a two-handed.
So it's a
broadsword.
bastard.
It's a bastard sword, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's heavy, and Cal swings it.
It
like
fe-
it's heavy.
yeah, they make it feel heavy. Yeah.
And I know, Tom, we've spoken about what stances you've used, and you used blaster saber and double blade.
Oh, I
Dual
predominantly
blade.
used blaster and jewel. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Which
I
is
used
very
dual,
Star Wars Rebels.
So I use dual and crossguard the most, and I love the crossguard.
I rarely use crossguard. Yeah.
Oh, I love the crossguard just because I love the finishing moves. He takes a slash at some guy's knees, and then he'll bash them in the face with the fucking pommel, and then he'll pull them in, and then he'll stab them in the gut or something like that with the bastard
Yeah,
sword.
it's a lot more
just-
savage. The
It is, yeah. And that
the crossguard
really-
is a lot more
that-
savage. It's very interesting if you look at the stats that EA Star Wars tweeted around the use of the
The
different blade
stances.
styles. So it's about it
I
was
didn't know
something
they
silly
pulled
like
that.
it was 36% uses single blade, and then I think double bladed was next, and then also in the 30s, and then in the high 20s was dual, and then it was like 6 and 7% used blaster and crossguard.
Wow.
I love the
I'll be right
crossguard. I wanted to use the blaster side of things because I thought it was fucking really cool, some of the moves that they made, but I actually found the saber combat really quite boring.
Well, the saber combat with the blaster was all about building up the blaster again to use it. What I found, yeah, it was really about like you try to use the blaster as much as possible. So the fight that Dan and I have talked about, which like if you haven't played it by now and he's away, so it's perfect time to talk about it. There is a challenge fight where you fight 2 rancors, and it's really fucking tough. Like you find a rancor very early on in your mission to Kobo, and it kicks your ass. It absolutely destroys you without any thought behind it. It is just, the amount of times I jump back into that fight, and the first move that the Rancor would use is its instant kill lunge move, and you're like, oh, fuck, now it's sweet. So for me, fighting the 2 of them together in this challenge mode, I really found that like I used my blaster up until I had like a shot left, and then I would try and dodge and get enough little hits to regenerate my blaster to use it again. So yeah, like that's definitely the style used for that. Otherwise, I found like the really quick and aggressive gameplay style of the dual wield was perfect for those big enemies. Like, yeah. Double bladed was definitely for groups of enemies. Yeah. It's fun to use. Yeah.
Double blade for the groups is fantastic. Yeah. So double blade and crossguard is what I use because oh man, that crossguard, love it. Just it's so, and this is going to be really dumb. It's so Witcher cross William Wallace, Braveheart kind of.
They make it feel like
like
that 100% like that Scottish blade. Yeah. It's got that Claymore massive feel to it. Like the way he swings it up, it like he drags that through the air. Yeah,
and he even switches his hold on it at some stage. He turns his hands and pulls it through the other way, and it's just I just love it.
Also, I don't know if you've noticed, if you go from
speaks to my blood.
I don't know if you've noticed it, but if you go from when you just use the left and right arrows to switch between the two blades you've selected. So you've got 5 blade styles, and you press left and right to switch the 2 you've selected, compared to Fallen Order. But if you switch to the crossguard from, say, like single blade or double blade, you actually see him force flick the pommel onto it as he lifts it up.
Yeah.
It's a very, very cool little animation.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All of those little animations are fantastic. If you're using the dual blade and he switch back to the single, he'll clip one back on his belt and come back with the single. So if you're on the dual wield or the double blade, he'll clip part of it back on his belt and have the other part in his hand, while he's like the part of the saber is still on your belt while you're still dual wielding. And it, like where you go back to the single use ones, and even when some of the kill moves, it switches to, so some of the kill moves animations only happen with a particular style of saber. So you'll be using the bastard sword, the crossguard saber, but the animation will be in a single saber without the crossguard, and there'll actually be an animation of him after the cutscene plays out, reconnecting the lightsaber and sparking up the crossguard, or sparking up the secondary blade, or pulling out the second blade. So they've set these things as how he's going to kill this beast in this cutscene is how he's going to kill it. Like, this is pre-scripted. But when they come out of it, it's not like all of a sudden he's got those blades back. He will actually go through the animation of having those blades back in his hands.
To switch back,
To switch back. It's not just an instant switch. Like, it doesn't just pop in. So it's definitely an advancement in gaming that we're getting to this point. It's a beautiful game. It's a wonderful, wonderful game, and has reignited my love for Star Wars.
That's cool.
Sounds
Tom?
very familiar. Anyway, moving right.
Are you winning, son?
Oh, I'm winning, son, because of that purely just everything Dan just said. I'm winning, son. No. I've done a quick triple platinum, and I'll race through them because we are running out of time. So Hogwarts Legacy finally patched for me, so I have my platinum. It was the most unceremonious platinum I've ever existed in. It was just literally turn the game on again. And it goes, congratulations. I went, fuck you. Well done, you dick. I went back.
That's going to be similar for my RDR 2, because you guys are going to need to boost me for my final trophy online for RDR 2. So it's going to be kind of unceremonious, because I'm putting in like 250 hours into single player just for you guys to do one silly thing in RDR in online, and then I'll get the plat.
Do you need 3 players?
Relate. Actually, no, I only need 2. Sorry, it'll be you all day.
Otherwise, I would just have one just teabagging your guy. Yeah, that's all I'd be doing. I then went back and played a game I played years ago, which is Wolfenstein Old Blood. I decided after my frustration from Hogwarts Legacy and then Jedi Survivor needing patches to complete missions for the plat that I needed to go kill some Nazis because they deserve
Kill some Nazis.
It's a brilliant game. It's just a fun.
I haven't played it. Was that the original re-release?
No.
So just Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein. There was a Wolfenstein, and then they went back to Wolfenstein Old Blood, which is like a prequel leading up to the Wolfenstein remake. And then there's Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. The best thing about this one, it has a bunch of challenge maps. So you have to either chain kills together or get enough, like you just have to kill people with headshots to get certain points levels. Or you have to go into every secret area to find ones. And, the last mission was worth like 25,000 points, and I got 33 on it. So I was like, fuck you, Wolfenstein. I am a god. But yeah, it was really fun. I had to just basically have to go back and do the challenge matches, and because I played it back in 2016 or something, and then do the ultra hard playthrough. But it's a really well done game. It's really short. It's like 8 hours if you really smash through it and you're good at a first person shooter. So yeah, it was just really fun. Yeah. And then I've started the Dishonored series. So this is actually I'll do a little bit on this one because I will admit I played this by reading a platinum guide. because it told me I had to do 2 playthroughs. Because I always check and just like, how many playthroughs do I have to do with these fucking games to get this? So this said 2 playthroughs, and the first playthrough was you do what they call the Blood and Steel, which is you don't upgrade any of your supernatural powers. So you got like a teleport, and you've got like a possession power, and you got all this other stuff. And so I played the game the first time through, and I was like, this is really tedious. Like the combat's okay, but like I just feel like I'm getting bogged down in these fights. Like if I don't have the right amount of ammo, all this kind of stuff. And then I was like, yeah, look, it's a really good story, but and the story was really good. But the combat and the gameplay, I was just like, yeah, okay, look, it's nothing to write home about, but it's solid. Like there's no denying that. And then I went back and did my stealth playthrough, which is where you get to use all your magic powers to flit up to rooftops and I fucking loved it. I've never had that much fun playing a stealth. I'm not a stealth
Set
guy.
traps and do all sorts of things.
But I am the guy who runs in, sword swinging, gets killed, and then goes, fuck, I'll do that again the same exact way because I'm sure I'll survive this time. Like, I'm the most simple human when it comes to that kind of shit. Like, just fucking run in and kill everyone because it's a video game. Like, whatever, I don't care. But doing this way and like getting to use those powers and like, you know, you possess a fish and you swim through a grate and then you like pop out and you go, oh, I'm suddenly here. And then you go up through a thing. It was like, it made it that much more fun. So it's like, it's a very interesting way of like, look, those platinum guides are great if you really want to smash through a story. Like there was no spoilers in it.
But they can ruin the game for you too.
Well, I don't look at the like trophy like comments on it. Like I just like I look at the first bit and go, do I have to play this like 8 times to get it? Okay, that's going to be a slog through, whatever. But no, going through and playing it, and like the first way I played it, like it was fun, and then going back and like it was fun enough in terms of the story. The story was very good, and these Sonic games have been very good stories. And then going back and play it the really stealthy way, I got like the good ending, and I was like, oh yeah, that actually was a more satisfying ending to go through that way, and like it was the nice ending because I didn't kill anyone. But also just like it was a bit frustrating to be like, cool, I really wish I played this through the first time as like a full kill everyone's superpowers ending and then gone back and done the stealthy superpowers ending. And then I probably would have done a third playthrough because you have to do one where you don't kill anyone at all. Very fucking frustrating. You literally save on every corner you walk around. You go, oh, cool, walk to corner, save. Like, just in case you have to kill someone.
The traps are so good in that game, though.
I know, they're very, very good. So I've jumped into the second one now. I don't know, it's failing to grab me at the moment, but I think it's going to have the same effect as the first one, where it's where it's
second
going
one's
to take me
very good.
Yeah, it's going to take me a little while to get into the story to get jumped in. But the most exciting thing is that, and I would love to share this with the podcast, is I am currently on 96 platinums, so I am very close to my goal of 100, and I'll get there. And
Got the ton.
I'm going to get the ton, and my 100th platinum is going to be Skyrim. I'm going to replay it from scratch.
Oh,
yeah, wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, because it is the greatest game ever. It's the greatest game ever. And
Skyrim VR?
No,
I'll bring my VR over for you so you can play Skyrim VR.
Just pure unalterated.
That was how I platinumed that game.
Controller Skyrim. Like, I'm going back. I'm doing it.
Kicking it OG style.
Oh, you're awake. Yes, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's me.
That's cool.
I am winning, son. Yes. Triple plat.
Awesome.
Shing.
Nice.
Shing. Well, that's a 4-hour episode. Well done, gentlemen.
It is.
Well done.
I don't think I'm going to be releasing this Thursday night now.
No.
But that's okay. It's not the end
Pull
of
the
the world.
pin now. You got like 3 hours until you need to have like 3 hours sleep before you get up. And then it's like go to work for 9 hours and then you got another hour or two before you need to release it. So
yeah, fucking nah. Yeah,
but when's he going to play Red Dead Redemption in those hours? You got to think about the important
Well, I'm having
things,
my morning coffee. Actually, I don't think I'll be drinking it. I'll be mainlining it. Fucking pure caffeine. All right. Well, thank you. If you've made it this far, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for hanging on.
Oh, happy Games Fest, everyone. That was fun.
You know what?
Games
Games
Fest is always a long episode anyway.
We didn't have the meta conversation that I think we might have next episode, but I've got to
I
we
think
say,
we
that one.
should. I think we need to save that. I think we need to delve into that once we've digested all this. I think that's a
Yeah.
really good next episode.
I agree. I agree.
Let's talk about that because we did touch on it with Witchfire, and there's definitely elements in Outlaws and Mirage and
Yep.
all that. Yeah.
But I also think just overall, this was a fantastic year for game trailers and announcements. It's been very dry the last few years. This year,
Oh, interesting you say that because I really felt the opposite. I wasn't like there were only a handful of those that really grabbed me.
but we're at an age now where if they announce 100 titles and 10 grab our attention, that's a good year. We went to we did a couple of annual E3 episodes where there was like nothing. There was literally nothing that excited us. So for us to get 5 or 6 games where we've looked at it and gone, that's fucking cool. I'll play that when it comes out. Like, to me, that's a good year.
But no, I agree.
But,
the
yeah.
big problem at the moment is that it's a lot of the games that did grab our attention, unfortunately, are console locked.
2024s. Well, yeah, that too. Yeah.
Console lock's the big thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
that's us.
Thanks for listening. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.